Our cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto.
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Maximum! Come on! Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! Qiguan Changhong! My fist is unrivaled!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stampede!
I tear through cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Welcome, gamers, to the first ever Marvel Rivals Invitational Oceania. It is an absolute privilege to be here. I am Profound Rice, and I'm joined by Avril.
Yeah, it's the first Marvel Rivals Invitational for all regions as well, because OCE starts first, and we got, also Asia, NA, EMEA in there, but Oceania, we're number one on the time zone. We flip over first when it comes to things like New Year's, so we're going to flip over first time zone-wise for the Invitational here as well. Yeah, it's fantastic. This is going to be a really good event.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see all the invited teams play today. It's going to be an absolute banger of games. And yeah, it's super excited as well to cast today with you as well, Avril. It's our first time casting together, and I'm sure it's going to be an amazing time.
I'm sure it won't be the last either. I'm sure we'll have plenty of Marvel to look forward to, and of course plenty to look forward to this weekend as well, because it's 2 days Rice worth of games. And as you mentioned as well, it is an invitational, which means 4 invited teams that have been pre-selected based on how good their players are, how much they've competed before, how strong generally they are. And I think, based on the kind of players that we have in here, it's just a little sneak peek. We're not getting into the rosters yet, but it's looking good. You're going to want to look forward to this one.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's looking amazing. Marvel Rivals has released 2 amazing, beautiful skins recently for the Valentine's special, the 60th wedding anniversary bundle.
And you had a chance to get this one, I think, just in the last weekend through the streamer giveaway. But if you didn't manage to get it there, you can now get it in a game as well. So 60th anniversary, these skins look amazing. You can now officially E-date in Marvel Rivals. You know, there's the E-dating combination skin. Honestly, it's a good one. It's a wedding skin. It suits the characters extremely well. It's extremely well made. Looks amazing. Love it.
Yeah, no, it looks absolutely amazing. I think I saw something on Twitter about an Easter egg as well, if people have matching profiles. So maybe have a look at that inside the game if you guys do end up buying the skins. Super excited for these skins personally as well. I kind of want to get them myself.
Yeah, I think everything in Season 1 so far has been absolutely amazing. And so yeah, the quality bar just keeps on moving higher, and will continue to do so, not just in-game, but also in the pro scene as well with the players. But yeah, get yourselves the new wedding anniversary bundle. Again, if you missed out on getting this through the streamers in the event that just took place in the past 3 days of Valentine's, it is now in the game itself, so go and find it in the store.
Well, super excited for today. We are seeing 4 amazing teams, but it's not just our region. You mentioned it before that is doing this Marvel Rivals Invitationals. Of course, there are 3 other regions as well, but we are going to be starting it off first here today in Oceania.
You've got Asia following right after this in the next weekend with EMEA, then North America as well. So, you know, OCE kind of carving out its own little region. Just, you know, we played as a part of Asia in the Season 0 event, and now, you know, own invitational. Kind of feel special about this one, that Oceanic players get to do their own thing for just at least the one event, maybe in future as well. But it will be exciting to see how the other regions play. Of course, this is also, I believe, the first Season 1 pro event, because we finished up the MRC Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 0. Season 1 for Marvel Rivals Championship is still coming through very, very soon. But for now, with the Invitational, we get to finally see what the pros have been cooking behind the scenes, in their teams, in their scrims, and what they have ready on the Season 1 patch.
Yeah, this tournament also has an absolutely incredible prize for $100,000 US, Avro.
Which I think might be one of the biggest prize pools for Oceania ever. I mean, I think for other regions, this is like, yes, 100K. That's a normal Tuesday for us. But for Oceania, this is like a jackpot. I think genuinely, as someone that's been around the Oceanic esports scene pretty much since the start, this is an incredible prize pool. I mean, it is for everyone in every region regardless, but especially for Oceania. The players will be putting it all on table for this one. And of course, 4 invited teams, as we mentioned: KANGA Esports, Oz Endgame, Fury Global, and Platinum Star. And the names alone, you can already see a couple of organizations in there, including KANGA, who are world tier quality in terms of the kind of tournaments, the kind of games that they participated in as an organization. But when you actually take a look at the names of these rosters in a while as well, you're going to see some real quality on there.
Yeah, 4 invited teams, and this will be a double elimination bracket. So teams will be able to, I shouldn't phrase it like this, but they'll be able to lose once and still be inside the game. But if they lose twice, they are completely out. So we will be seeing the first 2 games today, starting off between KANGA and Oz Endgame. And then after that, we'll be watching Fury and Platinum Stars. Then once those 2 games are over, we'll be going to visit the loser bracket, which, well, we'll find out who it will be when it comes to it.
Yep. And that'll be the last chance game in terms of survival for this top 4, or the only 4, right? Double elimination, as you say. And, well, there's only 2 days to get through this event, so it's going to move by quickly with the 4 teams on screen. And finals coming in the day afterwards on the Sunday as well. So, you know, that 100K, it's going to get dished out nice and quick. And honestly, even if you come 4th place, it's a really good cut for the team. But 1st place is what it's all about. So a lot to play for here, and you could get eliminated on day 1, so kind of scary.
That is true. One team will definitely be eliminated today, and that is a very scary thought, but I'm sure none of the teams are going to be thinking that way. They are all having their eyes on that grand first prize of $40,000 US. I believe we have a guest coming in soon who will be we'll be able to talk to more about. Avro, do you want to tell us more about this guest?
Well, you know, I kind of teased that we had some interesting names, especially on the teams. And this guy is not only on the team as a player, but he's actually the coach as well, and also the owner of the entire organization. It is Hades from KANGA Esports. Welcome in. Dude is wearing a bunch of hats for this tournament, for this team right now.
Yeah, that is a lot of hats. Hi, Hades!
Hey, how's it going, everyone? Happy to be here.
Good.
And thanks for that amazing introduction there.
You got some trophies behind you. I didn't see that massive framed plaque you got. What? Go through that for me. That's a lot of those. That's KANGA history, is it?
Yeah, I got a little KANGA history plaque kind of made up behind me of all the lands we won overseas and our gaming house and just a little bit of everything. I got it for Christmas, actually, so I thought, why not chuck it in the background?
And where you at? You're in KANGA HQ right now. I see you got the whole setup behind you, all the KANGA stuff going on.
Yep, yeah, KANGA HQ. We run a lot of tournaments out of here and broadcasts and stuff like that as well.
I'm definitely eyeing that chair. I definitely love the chair. Is it a limited edition or can anyone like buy it? Just wondering.
Yeah, it's one of our partners. They made them. There is limited stock. I think they're actually sold out now. That was a while ago. We got them made. They've been sitting there for a couple years now, I think.
Hey, let's zoom in on what we're playing for today. Obviously, this is a pretty big event for Oceania, for all of us, for KANGA Esports here as well. Your team is participating. Before we get into any of the rosters here, you know, what kind of expectations do you have for KANGA Esports in general? I mean, obviously, I think you guys, you'd consider your team probably one of the better teams here. You'd obviously like to win, but, you know, what's going on behind the scenes right now? How are you guys feeling for this one?
Yeah, the team's had some players since beta. We pulled the best players from the region, from all the different games. There's some ex-KANGA players from our previous teams. And yeah, they've been grinding every day, practicing. We've definitely put in the most effort out of every team. So I guess we'll see if all that hard work pays off.
Hope it does pay off. I'm sure you guys are very excited for this tournament. What do you think about the other teams coming in to this tournament?
Yeah, there's tons of big names. Because the prize pool is such a great opportunity and lots of players came over and they're all really wanting to win this. So there's definitely some hard competition. But I think they might be undervaluing how much good management, good coach, good teamwork, good practice all comes into play. And I'm hoping that our work ethic just puts us that little bit above the other teams here.
Yeah, you guys also played in MRC Marvel Rivals Championship as well, where you guys, I believe you came 5th or 5th, 6th. You've obviously made a lot of roster changes. You've alluded to the fact that you have picked up basically the best players in the region. So I'm expecting, and I assume you're expecting a much better result than that this time around. But beyond that as well, you know, we kind of, as the Oceanic kind of broadcasts here and the Oceanic teams, we kind of lost to the Korean teams in Asia back then, you know. With your new KANGA squad, you know, now is the time for you guys to start winning and then maybe beat the Koreans a little bit later on in MRC as well.
Yep, yeah, I think you'll definitely see some good progress in the next MRC. The first one, we had to put together a roster really quickly because obviously the game just launched and the tournament regos closed only a week after that, I think. So we were just scrambling. We put together who we could, who was playing in the beta, who had some experience. But now that the game's been out a little bit longer, everyone's getting comfortable, teams are starting to develop, practice, and we've actually been beating a lot of the Asia teams. So I would be very confident saying the teams in this invitational are up there, equal or better than nearly all of the Asia teams, except maybe one. One of them hasn't been scrimming anyone, so we've got no idea how they'll do. Okay. But yeah, in general, Australian teams are winning all those scrims, so it should be good.
Let's have a look at the team lineups. The first one we'd like to talk about is, of course, your own team, Hades, KANGA Esports. We have some big names on this team. I mean, I see a big name there already, Hades, right?
Yeah, that's the biggest one there for sure.
But I think you changed everyone else, right? Is that correct, Hades? If you you got Texi and Chronix from the old roster here, but I think you've basically shifted the roster quite heavily here, haven't you?
Yep. Yeah, Chronix and Texi were both playing in MRC for us. Everyone else we were actually trialing during MRC, but of course the rosters are locked, so we couldn't make any changes. But yeah, obviously for the future upcoming MRC and this Marvel Rivals Invitational, that is our roster right there.
real quick before we move on to a different team here, who's your secret weapon here? Who do you reckon is like your player to watch out for on your own team?
I definitely think it is Chronix. He's just the wild card who can play anything, so you never know what's coming, so you can't ban him out.
Well, Oz Endgame is a team I believe you'll be versing. This is their lineup. Anything in particular you'd like to mention about this team that you'll be versing coming up?
Oh, not really. We did verse a couple of their players in the MRC. They were competing for other teams in the Asian region. I think they've got a few import players on their roster, so we are fairly familiar with them, and it should be a good match for sure.
Yeah, you got, I believe, Niang from Mud Dog, who, to be honest, Niang as a Korean player, but he's a home dog. He's one of the classic OCE players that has been around the OCE scene for actually a long time, competing professionally throughout multiple different titles here. So good to see Niang still kicking around in Oz Endgame. A team that actually, to me, have a bunch of new players on the block in terms of their professional history that have, that haven't really had that much experience outside of Niang. So you got some level of veterancy here in terms of Niang than everyone else. Maybe some new fellows on there that are trying to really are hungry for a bit more competition and see if they can take a bite out of KANGA.
So the next team we'll be looking at, I believe, is Fury, the only other org competing in this tournament. There's a lot of names on here as well that have been around for a little bit in the esports, Australian esports scene, but any standout players in particular?
I think I would like to just point out Shrewds has been grinding this game a lot. Obviously, he was a commentator, content creator previously, but yeah, he's been in the top couple hundred for Marvel Rivals since beta. So he's really been grinding there, and he's probably their carry player at the moment, I would say.
I also think he is maybe the most flexible player there as well. I think this guy's got a really, really deep hero pool. I've seen him play a bunch of different of the heroes already. And yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Shrewds in terms of his history as well. He's always been top 500 in the different games he's played. So extremely talented player. And speaking of talent, we have Platinum Star, our final invited team here for the Invitational. And well, if I'm completely honest here, if we want to talk about veterancy and a lot of competitive history, this is probably the team outside of Yord's Hades on KANGA that has like the most high tier, high level competitive names. You got guys like Adam and Color Hex who have extreme international history on major professional teams. Lumi and Ace have been floating around the Asia Pacific, Asia scene for a while, and they were pretty recent professionals that have also played some international events and have played up pretty closely against strong international competition, and now in Marvel Rivals as well. And Ace is someone that has been highlighted to me as probably a standout on this particular team. Haynes, do you think this might be the toughest competition here for you?
Yeah, I think it's no doubt they're the favourites going into this. If you went around and asked the general audience and looked at their history, they would be the favourites. But yeah, we're hoping to make an upset. What can I say?
Well, let's discuss what our predictions are going to be for today's games. We have, of course, the first up game is the game between KANGA and Oz, and it looks like everybody seems to be going towards KANGA for our predictions.
Bryce, you gave Oz Endgame a map though.
I did.
You're definitely the generous one here.
Please don't be upset, Hades, about that, but I am being generous. I think it's going to be competitive. I do think KANGA's going to take it home, but I'm hopeful that we do get to see Oz Endgame take one map, just because I like drama, I like excitement, I like a bit of fight,
Yeah, from my perspective, I just have to back KANGA, right? So that's an easy one for me. I'm never going to say we're going to lose. Even if we are the underdogs, I'm still going to go for a full sweep KANGA way.
And look at this one, and now Rice has flipped the other way.
I'm
She's
the other
like,
one out again.
This is a 2-0, no mercy here, no friendship at all. Whereas Hayes and I are thinking, maybe there could be something here. It could be an actual competitive game. So I think Fury got a little bit of spice in them. I think Platinum Star are one of the heavy favorites for this entire event, and definitely the favorite for this matchup. But I think Fury they got some legs in there. Hayes, you reckon it's the same, eh?
Yeah, I think the great thing about Marvel Rivals is just it exploded in popularity. It's such a great game, but it is new. So there's a lot of new strategies that haven't been tested yet. A lot of drafts, a lot of picks. So really anything can happen. You can pick a draft that's literally never been played before, and you could just surprise the enemy and win. You can't say that if the game's been out for several years, but because it's so new, there's literally drafts that both of these teams have never come up against. They've never practiced against. They could just be surprised, and anything could happen for sure.
Well, our final game of the day today is going to be the lower bracket game. So we will be saying goodbye to one of these two teams. Well, potentially these two teams. We don't know which team it is going to be yet. This is just our predictions. All of us are predicting the lower bracket games will be between Fury and Oz Endgame. It's a best of 5. And Hayes is thinking it's going to be a 3-0 towards Fury.
Yeah, I think I'm also taking into account the tilt factor and being able to recover from a loss, because both of these teams would have just recently lost. So I'm taking that into account and thinking some of these players might deal with that loss worse and not be able to recover in time for this match. So that's why I think it'll be a 3-0 here.
As there's the tilt factor, but also maybe they get fired up after the loss there as well. But hoping for the best here for some amazing games. Hayes, before we let you go, mate, any final words out there for the fans of Kanga?
No, just shout out to you all. Enjoy the show. We're going to put on the best matches we possibly can.
All right, best of luck, mate. Hope you do well.
All right, see you later, everyone.
Bye. Oh, that was Hayes, the owner of Kanga, as well as the coach for the Kanga team playing today in our Marvel Rivals Invitational. And substitute!
Yeah, and the team bus driver and the cook as well, and the uniform maker.
Oh, what do you think he'd cook?
The team masseuse, and he's doing it all. He's a one-man army, really.
I wonder what he'd cook. Oh, I was going to say something terrible. Do you reckon he'd cook kangaroo? Because we do eat kangaroo in Australia.
No, please don't do that. I've never had. I don't subscribe to this. I've never had that before. I don't know if I ever will. I don't even know where you can get that. That's crazy. I'm not. No, we're not. Kanga's not doing any of that. But shout out to Hayes anyway, though. He's off to now give his team the coaching that they need heading into their first match. But we got some great names in there. I mean, going through all the players. Anyone that's been familiar with Australian esports for a while, you will have seen some heavy hitters in there, genuinely, like guys that have gone full international with a lot of international success. I mean, there were some plays that we didn't even talk about. We're kind of perhaps a little bit underestimating Oz Endgame there, but a player that I didn't mention that I should have mentioned is actually Nico's on that team, who is genuinely a top tier player from, a different FPS title. That is someone that you have to look out for. So, I mentioned that Nyang's a major veteran on that team. Nico's you got to look out for as well. It's a few other 4 players that are maybe a little bit newer onto the scene, but hopefully, between Nico's and Nyang, they can sort of whip the fellows into shape and get them going to some competitive form. But I think we did all agree there, Rice, that in this particular matchup, Kanga have the more veterancy, they have the more proven players. Hayes definitely knows what he's doing when he's choosing players as well. This is an org only that is capable of selecting good talent. He's shown that in the past. And just between you and I as well, we got a bit of a sneak peek, so we know how good Kanga are behind the scenes.
Yeah, we did get to see how good Kanga was, and they were doing really well practicing, as they mentioned. I think they've been scrimming every single day, or nearly every single day. As much as you can fit in with life and other obligations around. And yeah, for sure, I think Kanga and Fury have been practicing and preparing for this tournament a lot coming up to this today. Platinum Star and Oz Endgame, I've seen them practice as well. So hopefully they've done their homework and come today. But yeah, Kanga and Fury have really worked a lot.
They are the most practiced teams. They're definitely the most practiced teams. Kanga by far the most practiced team, because if I'm not mistaken, they're the only team in here that actually has a coach as well in Hades. But
I think Fury might have gotten a last minute coach.
Right.
So I don't know who it is exactly, but I'm pretty sure they've got a last minute coach, but they're not on the roster, so we don't really know anything about them.
The thing people got to remember as well is these 4 teams have mostly come together and reshuffled. If they did exist before, for example, Kanga, and some of the players that were on Mud Dog for Marvel Rivals Championship Season 0 have kind of split there with themselves in different directions. Some of them went to Platinum Star. You got Niang going over towards Oz Endgame as well. So you know, what the existing talent has been in season 0 has now kind of shuffled a little bit for season 1, and now for this specific invitational event, because it is an OCE event, an oceanic event, you have essentially, you know, everyone going for the best talent they can in Oceania. And I do believe like most of the best talent, basically the best talent there is in Marvel Rivals for Oceania, has been picked up for this event. So it's looking damn good out there. And these are new teams, which to Hayden's point, and it also being the first time we are seeing pro play on the new season as well, despite the new season having been out there for a while for the gameplay. People haven't seen the pro level stuff yet. Like, unless you've been behind the scenes and you're on a team, you haven't seen an actual pro team play on the new patch. So anything can kind of happen. We do have our favorites on paper in terms of who's practiced more, who's got the bigger names, who's got the better veterancy. But depending on how teams play on the day, depending on how drafting goes, who bans what, and where the meta sets in on the meta analysis end as well, Rice, there's a bunch of stuff that's available that's playable right now. There's so much that you can go into. There's very few heroes that I think are must picks in here, so the variety that you're going to be able to see on season 1 for this level pro play is pretty varied, which means a lot of options open up, and even teams like Oz Endgame that might have more of the new players compared to the other teams, I think they still got a good shot.
Yeah, no, you mentioned nobody's really seen any pro players play on this patch yet, on this season 1 yet. That is true. We are, I guess, carving the way. Generally, when there's a new season or something, you can usually see what other regions are playing on the patch, but we haven't really seen any. This is the first public tournament, so yeah, it's really exciting to see.
Well, Rice, let's get the excitement underway, because KANGA Esports versus Oz Endgame, our first match of the Marvel Rivals Invitational Oceania. Let's kick it off.
We are starting here now with the ban phase coming through. The first one to be banned is Groot. We weren't privy to watch some scrims, and I think Groot was a common ban amongst quite a lot of the teams. So not surprised about that. Hela as well being banned.
So Groot being taken off the table here immediately removes a bunch of the strong combos in this game. I think it really also impacts your ability to play some of these kidnap style comps as well. Luna has been locked in for the first protected in here. The Hela ban is actually quite interesting, because I feel like most teams would probably let that one through. So you have a sort of situation here where for KANGA, they're maybe trying to avoid a little bit of the capability for Oz Endgame to play more of a poke style composition, as we see what comes through for the second protected to be a Psylocke.
Yeah, Psylocke being protected, it does mean that they'll be able to play Psylocke, obviously, but they're also going to be banning Namor, which I'm not too surprised about as well. Namor was quite strong with a Lunar Snow matchup, and since KANGA has protected it, oh, that's a big ban.
That is the biggest ban. That's actually going to incredibly shake things up. Strange is one of the locked in, basically 100% pick rate heroes that we do have in Season 1 Pro Meta at the moment. So when Strange gets banned out, Mag is basically a locked-in pick, as you see both teams just instantly go for that. But beyond that, the second tank choice becomes a little bit less clear. Hulk is obviously viable in here. Groot being gone caused a lot of problems. Venom is also viable as well. So there's a capability for you to sort of now move this into more of a dive-style composition. I think the Psylocke save there, the protect from Oz 6, is maybe looking towards that. But we haven't seen any sort of Venom lock-in, no Hulk lock-in just yet. Bryce, we're about to get underway. Map number 1.
Yeah, we are about to get underway, and super excited to see map number 1, the first Marvel Rivals Invitational Oceania game today. And it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a massive game.
Yeah, okay. So, we get a little bit of sneak peek of the compositions here as we count down the timer. Less than 10 seconds now, just about before we really get in there, Rice. Final commentary is Mucker is still currently hovering over the Captain America. I can't believe it, but we might legitimately get a Captain America. This is really unique, because it's not something you really expect at this level of play, and it's locked in. It's fully in there. Yeah,
Captain America. I mean, we did see the sneaky strat of using Jeff to try and speed them out of the base from KANGA, which is actually a strategy I want to try and use now in my competitive games. But yeah, Captain America is still being played.
Yeah, and you have the Hulk Mag duo on the other side as well. As mentioned, we get Groot and Strange out of the mix. That's typically what kind of ends up being the case here. Both teams running Storm, no questions asked right there. First neutral coming through underway. Looks like Oz 6 is kind of getting away with a bunch of damage on the ult charge right now, Rice.
Yeah, nobody... Oh, I was about to say nobody getting knocking out, but KANGA will get the first pick onto Maka, and Nikos also goes down. Tyrex does get taken out as well in return, but KANGA will be able to win this fight pretty easily and without too much damage.
I mean, you saw the immortality field from KANGA coming through pretty early. You look over towards the low-key of Inspo straight away, saving the team, using the regeneration domain, and the kills, the knockouts coming in nice and quickly before even ultimates. And when we basically see players being eliminated on the Oz endgame side before anyone really gets involved. And typically, I think in this current meta, you see a lot more situations where teams poke it out a little bit more, play a little slower, wait for the ult combos. Not this time around.
Not this time around, indeed. But speaking of ultimates, there is one already available. Loki has that ultimate. Not sure if they'll be using it. Nyang too. True. Nyang going wild, getting one knockout onto Crimson. One of the supports in the backline has been taken down. And now Nyang going to be using the ulti, using that Mega Hurricane. Inspo to get taken out too. Oz endgame are going wild, completely eliminating the whole entire team.
Yeah, Inspo needed to be really on top of his game right there. Go for a copy onto Crimson and just take that Lunar Snow Dance straight away for his own team, because Crimson unfortunately didn't quite have that Fate of Both Worlds available just yet. At 90%, I believe, is when Crimson actually went down. Inspo was the first player in the lobby to get his ultimate. Straight away, got a mischief, copy over to your own friendly Luna, then you have the actual save ultimate, the defensive ultimate to counter Yang. Didn't get used though.
Didn't get used, but now the Hurricane from Tyrax is being used, getting one, getting two, looking for more outcomes. The invisible barricade as well being used to try to heal everyone, and KANGA uses this opportunity to turn things around. The entire team completely wiped out.
And they kind of maybe overspent there as well. Inspo, for some reason, they already were winning that fight. Tyrax went through the Mega Hurricane, and still the Goddess Mischief comes through for the copy when they won that fight. Half the team got wiped on the other side as well. Oz endgame were definitely resetting there. No stag, by the way, onto Maka. Was allowed to sort of get away and taken down quite early.
Well, out comes, I think, Pacification now ultimating and using the invisible barrier again. And now Magneto ultimating. I don't think he's going to find anyone, but KANGA Tyrex is the one that finds Tini Valkyrie instead. Pacification, Nikos, they all fall down. KANGA are doing incredible work.
And this is where Crimson, having still had his ultimate, able to lock that one in. 95%. Shouldn't really be any opportunity here for a stronger recontest. 2-minute respawners. They can barely touch. They won't even make it to the point rise. So that's the first round taken away. Not without a little bit of struggle there. But ultimately, yeah, I think it ended quite strongly there. Pretty one-sided, at least for the second half of that first round.
No, I agree. It ended very strongly in KANGA's favor. They were able to use their ultimates, I think, a bit. You mentioned earlier they did maybe overuse at one point, but after that, they really locked in and did as much as they can. Yeah, they recovered completely. Looking at this next round, though, Oz Endgame does have 2 ultimates available in their pockets.
Yeah, 2 ultimates saved over from the previous round. And of course, the fact that Omega Hurricane is one of them with no counter on the other side. Let's see if there's any real swaps in here. I'm not expecting the rocket to be actually locked in for Dawn. Usually don't see that unless a punish has been comboed with it. Looking dagger online for Crimson, although I think Luna probably ends up still being strong with them. They need a little bit of anti-dive there. That being said as well, looking dagger might be able to offer a little bit of help there, but I think Luna probably just a bit stronger. If Nyang can basically pop this Hurricane off, that should be just a very strong opening fight with nothing really to stop it on the other end.
Yeah, the Hurricane, there's no support ultimates from KANGA to be able to counter it. Inspo at 65% is kind of the closest. Yeah, and we see Don Odegaard, of course, switching back to the Hope. So we are going to be seeing rockets in this fight. Tyrex also has a Hurricane available. I'm not sure if I'll be wanting to use it. Oh, okay. First pick on Yang somehow immediately.
That's the win condition down. That's the problem. Win condition down from Yang. And just to clarify as well, I think the rocket was actually just give a couple of the passives in spawn there just off the back of the BRB. But anyway, that aside, the fact that we get another neutral opening elimination coming through from Texi just means that any sort of advantage that we could have seen from Oz Endgame is swiftly taken care of.
Yep, swiftly indeed. And now Inspo does have their ultimate available, so they could copy one of the supports and survive against the Hurricane coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Crimson's not even that far off as well. At this point, you're looking over towards 4 ultimates on the side of KANGA. They have full point control, full map control here as well. I mean, this is one of the more difficult rounds inside Hell's Heaven, where it's just that singular choke coming on through.
Well, out comes the Disappear and the Hurricane from Tyrax. doesn't find anyone as so many here. Oh, I lied. 2-3 picks coming through for KANGA, and now the last 3 remaining members of Oz Endgame are getting cleaned up.
Yeah, invisible boundary, they're not able to do enough to save them from Tarax. And honestly, Niang is still also holding on to Hurricane, where you get the sort of position now where Tarax might end up kind of lapping Niang and ult charge if he's not too careful. Remember, Niang held on to this ult from the end of the previous round, still yet to really lock in, sitting on nearly 5 ultimates now is Oz Endgame. 66 and counting for how far behind they are. Here comes the air finally.
Yeah, out comes the Hurricane going wild. But, I mean, there's, of course, the ultimate from Cloak and Dagger coming through. Now Magneto goes out and gets 1 pick, actually, but it's just a clean wipe once again. Maka, last one left, will go off the map and reset 75% on the point and counting.
Yeah, this is looking like 2-0 on the opening map for us. Of course, you know, obviously you have to win 2 out of the 3 rounds, and that's likely going to happen now. That was the big ultimate play, big ultimate combo coming through. On the side of Oz Endgame, Texi once again with the first blood, and basically it's going to spell game end, I think, Bryce? 90% now, not a lot left to use.
Not a lot left to use, but they will be trying to use everything. KANGA Donald will be going into Monster, hope to try and do as much as they can. Out comes support ult as well from Persification, but is that going to be enough as they've already lost Yang? Now out comes the Dance of the Butterflies. They're not going to be able to find anyone as now Nico's Persification fall. So does 6 and Tinny Valkyrie. The last one left is going to be Tinny Valkyrie and Maka, but Maka will fall inevitably as well.
Yep, nothing left to play for here, unfortunately. 90% left to go, but another opening coming through from Texi, who I think so far for me is the early MVP. I mean, I don't know if that's going to get confirmed or not in terms of the actual stats being shown on screen or anything like that, but who I think had the most impact coming through for KANGA and who was obviously able to just put Oz Endgame into the worst positions is, to me, Texi. It's the opening first blood, allowing players like Tarax, who is going to get the actual in-game MVP here in terms of how much damage was being done. You can actually see across the board as well in terms of the fact that there's so few of the knockouts here. There's only, I think, for everyone except for Tarax, they only went down 1 time each, which is pretty incredible if you think about that.
Yeah, that is very incredible. That was probably the fight that they lost at the beginning in the first round when everybody... They lost 1 fight. KANGA only really lost 1 fight this entire map. And I mean, Tyrax did die, I think, once, as you could tell. But apart from that, yeah, KANGA really dominated this entire map. And it would be interesting to see if they continue to dominate this entire series.
Especially the second round that we saw as well, 100-0, right, Rice? It's a situation where we didn't really get to see Oz Endgame come through with any sort of form of life here. And this is the kind of situation where I think they actually came into that second round with a strong leverage. I mean, they held ultimates from that first round after losing. They had a very early lead in terms of Niang with the Omega Hurricane. That never really got used. In fact, Niang was the first one taken down in first blood by Texi in that initial neutral, and you just can't allow that to happen because that's your 1 advantage gone. Would have liked to have seen Oz Endgame be a little bit more aggressive with their saved ultimates. I think that's maybe, in some cases, it can be the advantage for the losing team of the first round. It's like, okay, we've lost the first round. We can be the team that banks a couple more ultimates and has that advantage going to the second round, and that advantage, Rice, never got used, sadly.
Yeah, no, that was really well played by KANGA. We will be going to a short break, and we'll see you guys soon.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto!
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. World stay free! Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst. They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Welcome back. We just had game one in the best of three series between KANGA and Oz Endgame, and KANGA had a very dominating show.
2-0, including a 100-0 on that second round of Hell's Heaven as well, Rice. So no holds barred there, no mercy given, especially there on that second round where we just didn't see enough out of Oz Endgame. I think they had some, you know, some interesting individual moments. Stat-wise, they were still able to keep up at least somewhat. They were able to at least win a few fights in that first round, but just not enough in the tank for that second round, which again is surprising to me because, as I said, coming into this before we went to break, Rice, that they had the extra ultimates banked up as an advantage for the second round and just didn't get to use them. Niang going down super early, not what you want to see. And he was their top fragger, he was their top damage dealer for that entire map as well. They need to really rely on Niang, the play that I pointed out as probably the most important play to look out for on Oz Endgame. And that's the guy that they need to lock in with and really bank on to make the big plays. And we didn't see enough out of that, not just yet.
Yeah, I think one interesting point I want to point out as well is you mentioned Texas being one of your favorite, you know, making a lot of plays as the Vanguard being, I think they're Magneto, right? And
yeah, he was the most impactful player is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I think the interesting point to me was the fact that KANGA did ban Doctor Strange, which we thought was one of the most standard picks currently in this meta. But that allowed Texi maybe to play Magneto here. So I'm curious to see what will get banned and not banned coming up, and protected, sorry, coming up in this next game.
I will say that the Strange ban doesn't really impact Magneto all that much in terms of whether Mag gets played, because you can play double shield as well. We've seen Strange and Mag get played at the same time. What the Strange ban to me really indicates is the fact that you're sort of forced to play away from the standard meta. The standard meta right now almost dictates 100% play rate for Strange unless he is banned away. And this is the case where we see he's banned away. So once that happens, you're forced to go into something like a Mag group, Hulk, Venom type of style composition where Mag now takes Strange's position as that kind of main tank, if you were to say that. But with group banned away as well, your next best options end up being Hulk and Venom, and of those, both teams end up going towards Hulk. I would be surprised if we see another Strange ban. It would be very, very awkward for our next and upcoming map, because I think Strange is a hero that both teams would actually want to play for it. I won't spoil it just yet.
Yeah, we're going to be heading into now map 2 here of KANGA Esports and Oz Endgame.
As we head into Hero Select and drafting for bans here as well, if you get a little bit of a sneak peek at the top of the screen, you might notice it's Yggdrasil Path Convoy, probably one of the favorite maps here. I certainly enjoy the convoy-based maps, and well, look who gets banned at first. It's actually going to be the Mag. So if KANGA end up banning away the Strange, you would lose both your shield tanks, which I don't think is going to end up happening here. So now I would not expect anyone to ban away Strange. That would be crazy.
One thing I'm curious about is whether or not Oz Endgame are so scared that they're going to protect Strange here, but surely not. As you mentioned, banning both shield tanks would be a bit overkill indeed. But
you wouldn't protect it. I don't think it'd be worth protecting. It shouldn't be banned. Surely.
Yeah, surely. They are taking a while to think about this one though. But I believe they are protecting what?
Captain America again. I think they actually swapped off the Captain America pretty quickly.
They did.
Serves correct here. They didn't play Cap for that long. And Cap is not really in meta at all. This is not a hero that is standard in pro meta play.
They did.
Okay, well, that's funny. So what you're going to see now is probably a group-based composition. Yeah, no surprises. Everyone locks in group. Group now replaces both Strange and Mag as the shield tank or the main tank. And now for secondary tank, probably Hulk or Venom ends up being the case. Maybe Hulk is a little bit more standard here. Although the Captain America Protect does suggest that perhaps Oz Endgame at least will try the Cap again. I think Cap is probably worse on this map than Hell's Heaven as well, so if it didn't work on Hell's Heaven, it's much less likely to work here, I'll say. So that Protect still doesn't really make sense to me, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, especially if they don't end up playing Captain America, it feels a bit weird to use your Protect on a hero you might not even play. Just also to note, I'm pretty sure in this format, the losing team does pick the map. So that does mean that this is the map chosen by Oz Endgame. So I'm very curious to see what they actually do bring up. They are on attack to start off with KANGA on defense. Yeah,
let's take a look at the defense comp first because they're actually locked in. I'm not going to get baited by anything on the attack just yet. Defense is playing hard poker this style, mainly combo based. You're going to see group name or combo for sure in here. Anti-dive at least somewhat set up. And no surprise, as I mentioned, Groot Hulk is probably standard here with the tank bans available. Also, Loki, massive spam available. I think both teams should be running a Loki. The fact that the attacking team has not run that just yet, has actually opted for Cloak Dagger plus Mantis. Mantis, by the way, also not particularly meta, is going to give KANGA the superior comp advantage. I'll say that right away.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well, but you took it away from me. Yeah, Mantis is not considered meta at the moment, so it is very interesting to see the Mantis coming out. Tech's getting a little bit of damage from all the poke being dealt by Oz Endgame. Donald as well getting quite low, but I believe he'll be able to just jump straight out. But he's going into the backline. We'll be able to take down Teeny Valkyrie straight away. Opening pick. Donald does get reverted back into Puny Banner. We'll be surviving and we'll be able to get away safely.
Inspo, by the way, for the second time in a row, is going to be first up on ult. So much extra damage coming through from the Loki and enough protection on the other side. It's not just, by the way, the lack of particular strong meta choices on the attack. As yes, we are going to see Oz6 come through and actually get a nice opening pick coming through on another very off-meta type of hero.
Yeah.
On the Widow. So we'll see if that actually ends up working out for them. But they already have a kill. So they already have that first elim. Will happen somehow for them.
Yeah, the fact that they got that opening pick on from Oz6 is actually amazing. Out comes the ultimate from Oz Inspo. It's going to be the Cloak and Dagger. No, sorry, not Cloak and Dagger. It's going to be Luna ultimate coming through to be able to heal up the entire team. No one has been taken out except for Teeny Valkyrie from Oz Endgame. They are currently stuck on this corner. Out comes another Lunar Snow ultimate from Crimson, keeping everyone alive, but Texi is the one that takes down 2. Oz6 still on the Widow, getting 1 more pick, but it's not going to do much.
Oh, well, actually, I think it'll slow down the respawners a little bit. You have respawn advantage on the attacking side. The fact that 6 can get exit kills, exit frags here is very important. It's very much going to affect the respawn ability and reinforcement here. Can they utilize that, though? I mean, you have a small window of 5v6s. Niang's going to take advantage of that. Tarax goes down. Tarax is going to try and turn things around now with an Omega Hurricane.
Doing the absolute best outcomes, but in return is going to be the Mantis ultimate who tries to keep everyone alive. Connix is going to be the one taken down, and so is Inspo with the ultimate in the back line. Texi falls too. Lots of members of KANGA are all falling down, and Oz Endgame are going to push the cart a little bit further.
Yeah, I think I definitely underestimated 6 here a little bit. First player on his team to be able to get an ultimate as well, but beyond that, oh, to be honest with you, what ultimate? A little bit questionable, but beyond that, I think the extra just kind of not only exit, but the entry frags as well, just his opening and exit ability to get these picks has been pretty important. You don't think Widow's going to be that effective, but if you can actually aim and secure a bit of damage, it might just work out for you. It's the fact that you've comboed this one with Tinny's Valkyrie on the Moon Knight to get that extra chip. If you can get the chip in there first and get players low enough, 6 can get the one shot.
Well, yeah, Tinny getting another pick onto Chronix, doing absolutely work. 6 also popping the ultimate to try and do as much as they can, but Donald in the backline of Oz Endgame, monster hulking out, trying to get someone. We'll be able to get 2. Pacification and Nico's both supports are down. And that is oh wait, the ultimate coming out through as well from the Hurricane. Doesn't find anyone, and Yang will fall.
Yeah, Pacification didn't have support ult there, unfortunately. Would have been very much required. Decent dive coming through from Don, supported well by Crimson to lock in the fate of both walls to keep Don alive. And yeah, what I wanted to mention before we saw Oz Endgame actually cap first point is the fact that they're running only 1 tank here. So we are seeing triple duelists coming through, which is quite risky. But it did give them that first cap at least.
They did get their first cap, and they're struggling now on this corner. I think KANGA has maybe adjusted to this very strange off-meta composition they have. But lots of ultimates are building up for both teams.
I'll tell you what, though, 6's situation right now has got a lot worse because you really need the sight lines for Widow to kind of succeed here. You see the Namor Tarax kind of controlling high ground, full payload control at least has been now taken through from KANGA. They still have really strong map control overall, and here comes big ultimates.
Oh, it's big. The Namor ultimate goes wild, getting... Okay, just everybody is gone. Everyone is back into their spawn.
Yeah, but it's a combo ultimate there is also the reason you didn't see either supports on the side of Oz Endgame trying to counter that one is, well, you get the prison combo into the Proteus, otherwise known as the, I think it's a prison whale combo is what the pros like to call it. And no chance to do anything there because you are stunned. Oh! Well, there's the shot. Okay, so Oz6, very limited sightlines to play through, but the one play he did see is, of course, the Namor of Tarax.
Massive opening pick coming in from 6, and using this, Oz Endgame are pushing forward. They have a lot of ultimates, and now comes the great one. Actually, 3 ultimates all being used at once, and now KANGA are responding in kind with a Mega Hurricane as well as an support ultimates. Nobody has fallen just yet, but they're going to do their absolutely best to try and take someone down. But the health bars, they are not budging. So many support ultimates to keep everyone alive, and that is just one more support ultimate being used by KANGA. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz Endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz Endgame.
Off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the cleanup now for the rest of KANGA to once again secure this defense. Time absolutely running out here for Oz Endgame. Less than a minute to play through, and I want to really see if Oz6 is still going to stay on for now. No further changes for the attacking side. They are really wanting to be able to lock in for this one. Combo capability is going to eventually come through when Mucker finds ultimate for the prison. Prison can obviously combo through with the Moon Knight as well.
No combo. Oh, yes, combo. Wait, what happened? So many people died with the prison, and Tyrex was not able to do the combo.
No combo. Tarax, rather not Tarax. Texi just kind of threw the prison in there, and Tarax didn't even need to ult. But it's the attacking side that's in trouble now. This is going to be final fight here. I think it might be the final one of this offensive side. About 10 seconds left to play through. And what am I seeing here? I think Tinny, Valk just swapped, so they don't have the Moon Knight ult anymore. Just literally got rid of the Moon Knight ult.
Yep, Tinny switching over to the Hulk now. Overtime fight, final fight for this round. Mucker getting extremely low. Won't be taken out just yet. Will be healed up, but 6 is the one that gets downed by the Mega Hurricane. And so does Mucker and everyone. Now it's just one last player left. They're going to try the absolute back. Now comes the Hurricane from Yang to do something desperate. But Yang is unable to. First round, over.
This is a problem with running solo Vanguard sometimes as well. You lack the ability to be able to touch that payload in the OT. What you have is a Tinny Valkyrie going over towards the Hulk to be able to quickly be able to get to that payload, but the price to be paid is you lose your hand of control. Very strong ultimate. You can absolutely snipe somebody on the back line with that one. Very strong for being able to retake that payload situation as well, where you have to force the team of KANGA to split up. You have to force them back potentially, force maybe a few players forward if you place that well. I think on this particular map in Yggdrasil path, especially on that second point, a second phase, very narrow in terms of the street. You can absolutely just lock out so much of that lane. But solo Vanguard, Rice, not a fan personally. I think solo Vanguard just doesn't give you enough mitigation, doesn't give you enough frontline presence. You don't even have like a duelist that can pseudo play as a tank Vanguard. It's not like you have kind of like a Wolverine or something in there that can pretend to be like a poor man's Vanguard. You just have this one poor Groot who, by the way, when KANGA was playing Loki, was actually having the barriers broken down very quickly. I think the real standout here for Oz Endgame, strangely for me, was the attacking Widow. And I do prefer the attacking Widow to the defensive Widow if you are going to play that, because right now, well, actually, it depends. If you're actually going to go Widow versus Widow, maybe defense is better. But in this situation, I don't know if they can comfortably hold space properly playing the Widow again on defense. At least on the attack, you can go all the way back as far as you need to play in terms of space. You're just not going to have that on defense here, especially once you start losing map.
The other thing that I think is really interesting is the fact that they're playing Jeff. Jeff also not considered meta. Same with Manta. So they're playing a lot of off-meta roles here. Heroes
it's getting
here.
more off-meta as we go, you know. Next you'll see Hawkeye come out. Next, it's like we're back in Season 0.
I mean, we did actually see Hawkeye being hovered earlier. I think Six was considering, do I play Hawkeye or Widow? But they opted for the Widow. Personification is the first one to fall. Nico's getting extremely low in the backline. Won't fall just yet, but Maka and Tinny are the ones to fall. KANGA dominating on attack, pushing forward quite aggressively. Only 3 minutes still on the clock, and they've nearly at the point.
Still relying on Oz6 to be the one to get anything done at this stage. So as much as the Widow is a strange choice, it is the one that's actually doing the work. You have to kind of... I'll be the one to kind of give credit there. It's like, it's strange, but not Doctor Strange. It's strange in terms of why you would choose it, but it is the only thing that seems to work in. So, Oz Endgame. I think we might already be in final fight here, Rice. You have to remember the payload didn't move too far on B.
No, it didn't move far at all. There's 5 minutes left. They're going to have to try and hold it for 5 minutes if they don't want to go down to the lower bracket. But it's not looking too good, I must say, for Oz Endgame. They have 2 ultimates on the line, but I don't know if none of them are support ultimates.
And they've lose Mucker here as well, so that's their combo capability gone. They don't even have to play through ultimates if you look over to his attacking side.
Wow.
Now we're getting back into a situation where really they have to touch again. Tinny Valkyrie? Possibly another Hulk swap to go for the touch? Question mark?
Can they touch? I don't think they can. I think that's it.
Nope. Didn't want to give up the Cloak and Dagger this time around. And that is the first match done, Rice.
Yeah.
Quick as you like. Instant 2-0. Hayes and I were thinking, this is not a very comfortable matchup coming through, unfortunately, for Oz Endgame. You would have liked to have seen Oz Endgame maybe pick up that one map in there. And unfortunately, as the cookie crumbles here, kind of as we expected, we did all three of us say that KANGA were the favorite team and that they were likely to win this game. But I think even between Hayes and I, who put the 2-0 in there, I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided of a 2-0.
No, as you know, I did 2-1, so I didn't think it would be this one-sided either. One standout stat here on the board is that Crimson was knocked out 0 times this entire game. So very good survivability from the supports in the backline of KANGA. And I do wonder, the single Vanguard was really interesting. Maybe that strange ban really did put a number into Oz Endgame.
Strange is not even just meta in general, but particularly I think for Yggdrasil Path, it's such a narrow kind of pokey type of map. This is why you see all of these, you know, Moon Knights and Namors and stuff come through. And without the extra shield, I think the biggest mistake probably ended up being the lack of the second Vanguard there coming through Oz endgame. Like, you can't have just a solo Groot. Having the secondary Hulk would have been quite important, or something. Even dropping a Venom there, you can maybe go towards and just lean into a dive. It's like, okay, we lose both shield tanks here. Maybe we lean harder into dive. Even something like maybe Hulk and Venom at the same time would be absolutely crazy, but might as well lean to something harder there. I don't think any of the off-meta picks were that exciting. And I'm saying that despite the fact that Six actually ended up being the player that was the most impactful for at least allowing them to have some capability of getting final blows, which, as mentioned, allowed them to cap A. So it wasn't for nothing, but then you had the extra stuff with the Mantis and the Jeff. None of that really made a lot of sense in terms of, you know, much stronger heroes out there that you could have picked. Like, you could have picked the Luna. You could have had the Luna combo in terms of the team up with the Namor there as well, and Yang would have really liked that. So a couple of key pieces, I think, missing on the Oz endgame side. Perhaps Rice just not as well prepared as a team like Fury, who, as we mentioned when talking to Hades, Fury, but particularly KANGA, are the most well-prepared teams, and that was proven here. KANGA, unbelievably well-prepared.
Yeah, very well prepared. I think also the fact that they have a coach as well to talk through the pick and bans was probably really useful for them. So that extra advantage, I'm sure KANGA definitely took advantage of. Hades, good job on the bans. Yeah, that's something very impressive.
Yeah, I think we will be eagerly awaiting to see KANGA versus either Fury or Platinum Star. I think we all went for Platinum Star moving forward, but either of those matches should be pretty exciting because outside of Oz endgame, I think the other three teams are definitely a bit closer in terms of matchups. So ideally less blowouts, but I would like to still see Oz endgame do something more in the lower bracket. I think they can learn a lot from this particular opening matchup. At least from my perspective or what I saw, some of the mistakes made were definitely on the compositional side, but even just stuff like, you know, coming through on the second round of Hell's Heaven, just very small tweaks. But Bryce, it's all about the winners here. Why don't we have a little chat with one of the winners?
Yeah, let's have a chat with one of the winners. I believe we have Don or Donald coming through here. Hi, Don.
How you going, mate? Long time no see, Avril. How are we?
Yeah. I've enjoyed these. You know, we do these all over the place, mate. It's good to see you back on this. It's a nice little Marvel's MVP is what I call it for you, dude. I just can't chill. Don't let Adam steal all of them this time around, eh? I'm actually letting it happen. Don, that was a superior. That was a superior performance from your team, from KANGA. Hades said that you guys are basically the most practiced team in the region. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, look, obviously we were unaware that the MRI was the thing, but yeah, as soon as MRC finished, we were grinding, trying to pick up a better team for the next one. So yeah, worked out well. So we started months ago, basically, yeah.
Yeah, so you've been grinding for a while. Is there anything that you've done in your prep that you really thought was really good to help for this particular matchup?
Well, you know, Fury and our team have sort of been like scrim partners. So we've played against each other plenty of times. And we've tried to, you know, mimic the team comps we'd think our opponents are going to be playing. So I feel like that's probably the most important bit. We didn't see the Captain America coming, you know, so I hadn't played against that much. But yeah, you know, we're ready to ban, like, we know Six and Yang are both good hit scans, so ready to ban the Hela. And Tinny's known for his Strange. Surprising that didn't get saved. But yeah, worked out well.
I think Rice and I were thinking, like, there's probably no point saving the Strange because, like, surely if Mag is banned, no one's going to ban the Strange as well, right? Because that's a big super weird, but then it ended up happening and it might have confused the heck out of them. But I heard through the grapevine, Don, I need you to correct the record on this one for me, mate. I heard through the grapevine, just little whispers that you might be the best tank in OC. Is true or false?
Look, I think I'm the most versatile, perhaps. Maybe not the best, definitely up there. But yeah, I can pick most of the stuff and do okay.
All right. Well, I'll get you in a 1v1 with Adam. Are you in the
Oh yeah,
game?
Okay. Look, anything but Mag.
Both of you run to mid. Both of you run to mid and just sort it out.
Okay.
No, that was solid. Did you expect it to be that one-sided, by the way? Because that was quick, man. That was like you guys just kind of rolled them on that second map in particular.
Look, no, we know that they're all individually good players. I know that, I think it just came down to practice, really. I know, like, one of the guys was on a holiday recently, which is unfortunate timing. So they didn't have a chance to play anywhere near as much as we did. And that's a deciding factor.
So you're continuing through the upper bracket now. Which team are you most excited to verse tomorrow?
Look, we've played Fury so much in scrims. It'd be exciting to see how it goes. And then, like, with the nerves, I know I was playing a little worse than I normally do. Used to being, a supporter, not like in the front lines. But yeah, they're great. I know that Skittles and Adam and stuff on the Platinum Star, they're all pretty good. So that's exciting as well. But no, I'm definitely looking forward to the Fury match.
I believe it. Yeah. Is there any other questions you have for Don Avril?
I mean, I could start asking you very specifics, but I don't want you to leak your comms. So I don't want you to leak too much.
Feel free.
To be fair, you did specify. You did specify. I don't want to get in trouble with Hayes, man. That's the person I'm worried about. He's gonna come after you. It's the Strange. You did mention the Strange ban was targeted because you know that Tinning likes to play it. So I was like, yeah, that was interesting to me because I wouldn't have expected you guys to just straight out say that one, but I assume you guys definitely haven't shown everything here because given the caliber of competition, again, not to talk too down to Oz Endgame, who didn't have a great game here, but I don't think you guys were pushed particularly hard. So it's safe to say you got a little bit more in the tank for either Fury or Platinum Star. But that being said, Fury have played against you guys in scrim so many times. I don't know how much you got saved for them, but
yeah, I mean, I feel like we've got them pretty down packed. But yeah, look, I played one character, mate. I got plenty more. I think that's the biggest bit. Any bans were fine.
Yep. The ban on Strange was very.
Look, we know that
very
all the tank
strange.
players. This game is still fresh, right? And all the high ranked tank players play the shield guys. So yeah, like ban that out. They're not comfortable. We see Tinny on off rolls. Like it worked out.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Don, for all your insights and congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
Good luck with tomorrow's games as well, and I hope you get your dream of versing Fury. See you next time.
Guys.
Just like, man.
On your left. Bye.
We didn't even really see the cap. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, oh, they
When
banned.
did you see the captain?
They protected the cap, and I didn't even really get to see it. I don't know if it would have done all that much, but great insight from. I didn't expect them to drop the info like that because usually teams are a little bit more reserved. Like, yeah, we don't want to really specify too much why we banned or pick certain things. But I think Don's just he's a real one. So props to him. First match done, dusted, Rice.
Yeah, first game done and dusted in such a dominating fashion. KANGA did absolutely amazing. We aren't saying goodbye to Oz Endgame yet, so we will be seeing them later today. But I believe we'll be going to a short break, and we'll be back after the break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto!
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Time to go nuts. Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational Oceania. We have just watched a very quick, dominating series between KANGA and Oz Endgame, and we're about to watch our second series of the day.
And hoping for this one to be definitely a lot more competitive. I think it will be on paper. This one seems like a far more even matchup. Fury, a team that is very well prepared alongside KANGA, as Don mentioned in the interview. Very, very strong scrimming partners. They've scrimmed each other a lot. They have a lot of experience with each other. But that is not the matchup right now, because Fury are playing Platinum Star, who I think they haven't had as much time in the scrims. They haven't had as much prep as either Fury or KANGA, but I will say on pure roster quality, Rice, in terms of past experience, veterancy in esports at high levels, especially in terms of global achievements and things like that, Platinum Star have it in spades. So they have roster strength. Fury have preparation in their warehouse.
Yeah, definitely. And so many standout players. It's hard to list just one standout player on this team. They are like completely a star-studded roster, with every single player on their team having either history or lots of skill to back themselves on. And yeah, we are going to be heading into the first map very soon. Is there anything in particular you think will happen?
I think Strange will get played this time around. That's one
I
thing.
I hope
I do
so.
think as well that we are likely to get 3 maps. I'd be a little surprised if we didn't get 3 maps from either side. I think if Platinum's, maybe I'd be slightly less surprised if Platinum Star do get the 2-0, because I think their roster quality is that high. But Fury getting the 2-0 would be a little bit more of a tough sell for me. I think they would have to really fight it out, get in the mud for the 2-1. And I say that because they got Mud Dog in terms of the core. And while they have a few members of Mud Dog on the other side, but they also have, you know, Ace from Tom Yong Kung as well. They have a lot of players that have placed quite highly in Season 0 for Marvel Rivals Championship in Asia. So, you know, we got a bunch of players on Platinum Star that have placed in top 6. So while I say it's like, oh yeah, they didn't really have as much scrim time or prep, they have the experience in terms of playing in the previous competition in the championship in Season 0. And beyond that, even for the guys that didn't play in Season 0 MRC, still really individually strong, mechanical players, some of the best that we've seen in OCE history. But here's the matchup. Rice, Fury Global, Platinum Star. Let's take a look at the draft coming on through First Map Symbiotic Surface. Very potentially different teams in terms of how they want to operate here. Rice, Groot is going to end up being the first ban, so no combo antics here. Again, I would be surprised to see anything like a Strange ban.
Well, we've got 2 tank bans already, Magneto. If they go and ban another tank like Strange, it does limit a lot of the combination options for both teams. You can see Adam hovering the Strange, so we know that they want to play Strange, but Ashen, or potentially, we don't know yet, but let's see what they will protect first.
Okay, so Punisher being on there, let's see if Groot ends up being banned on the opposite end, because if I'm looking at the P-Star side, I see a Punisher protect. I probably go for a, sorry, did I say Groot? I mean a Rocket ban potentially. It could also be a bait. It could also be a bait ban where you have no intention of actually playing the Punisher. You're just trying to bait the Rocket ban to come on through. But typically speaking,
it did come through.
When you see the Punisher, I'm expecting a Rocket combination, and I think it's safer to ban it because it is something that would be quite strong for the Fury side to play. Shrewds definitely is probably the... Oh, I think Shrewds and Eckhart are the 2 duelists on the team. I think they're the ones to look out for by far. Wolverine, Rice, by the way, being protected on the P-Star side, basically tells you that they're going to end up playing some sort of Wolverine comp.
Yeah, the Wolverine Protect is interesting considering they also banned the Groot themselves. Because I remember you mentioning that a kidnapping comp would be Wolverine and Groot, but you can play Wolverine in other compositions too. So Hypnotic, I think, is sort of known for their Wolverine. So I do like the Protect.
This is very important now. Adam's actually role swap now to support because he's had Mag and Strange taken away at this point.
Oh, Strange too, yeah.
That being the fact, Adam's moved over towards Lunar Snow, and I believe as we head into, or we'll be soon heading into the actual lock-ins here, as we fly through the map and take a quick look at what we're expecting here. But difficult days for P-Star to start out with here, Rice, because majority of important tanks, especially the double shield, which P-Star would have liked to have potentially played, is out of the table, which likely means that when you have both shield tanks gone and I think Groot is gone as well, you have to then play something like a Hulk and Venom. We're going to end up seeing a dive mirror. It essentially has to be what you play now. There's no other good options left.
Yeah, potentially Hulk and Venom, I think, is what the defender's going to be playing. The attackers are hovering that at the moment, and
you have to play on the attack side as well.
Considering it, yeah.
No, you have to play it. There's no other option, unless you want a solo Vanguard, which is not really a option here at all. Now, the Kidnap is not going to be as strong. This is now less of a play Wolverine for a Kidnap style, and more of a Wolverine is a pseudo both Vanguard and Doors at the same time diving. Shrews looks like he disconnected there, or he's just walking to wall for some reason. In either case. As right, we got basically the first engagement coming through. Dive versus Dive Mirror is a situation where you do expect both teams to get very hot and heavy right off the bat. Adam takes that first blood away. 47 for the ult charge. Atlas leading the way. We do see these Lokis climb up in terms of ult charge fairly quickly. 1 minute has been taken off the clock so far. So waiting for that first ultimate. Skills now on the P-Star side, and the attack is going to end up capping, I think, Rice.
Yeah, they are going to be capping. That is 1 tick already on the board for themselves. And it's still going. I don't know if you will be able to touch in time.
Not happening.
They are nearby. Oh, they do touch. But Shuri trying to do the absolute best, getting a pick onto Ace. Disappear coming out from Skill to try and keep everyone alive. And in return, Asher will be going against the wall to heal everyone on the team. 1 player from each team going out, but Ace will be a little bit further out, trying to get back in time. But there's another ult.
Next ult. So again, you were correct. I was wrong that they ended up touching, but can they actually win the fight off the back of this? I'm looking at Eckhart next. Once Adam's ult is gone and dance floor is gone, coming through the legendary from Eckhart should be the cleanup here. I'm not seeing enough left on the side of P-Star to be able to hold on to this attack.
Well, Venom ults come out from both sides, and they're doing as much as they can. Hypnotic gets taken out. Eco gets taken out too. The fight is still going on with P-Star Revsy getting so much damage from above. Hulk is very low, but will be popping that monster Hulk. Ashen survives for a little bit longer as Asher from Fury gets taken out. One support down while the attacker's trying to do the absolute best. Here comes another support ult from Skittles.
Yep. Yeah, Skittles is trying to keep this one alive currently for the P-Star side, and this will absolutely then be the cap coming through. So that fight ended up lasting a lot longer than I thought. Very last final touch to come through from the defenders of Fury, and well, I thought they might not have been able to really get another clean fight in there. That one touch then allowed them to snowball into some comfortable looking ultimates, but the key play there was the fact that Eckhart ended up being caught. His legendary didn't have any effect. That should have been the coup de grace for Fury to be able to clean up the defense and keep A alive, and that being not quite the case allows now P-Star move through into Street's face. Eckhart now moving over towards the Hela as well. Much longer sight lines on the second point here as well, so less favorable for Star-Lord, better for Hela.
Yeah, better for Hela indeed, and I think also with all the high ground, we can see the Hulks running and jumping a lot around the place. Speaking of, Ace does have the monster ult, but Asher is the first one to use that ult, and as well replied by Ace with the monster going into the back line, doing a lot of damage, but nobody being taken out yet. Now out comes as well Adam with their support ult to try and keep everyone alive, but Shroods with the dance of the butterflies doesn't find anyone. Instead, Ace is the one that finds one, but Shroods gets revenge onto Ace in the background. And now Venom ultimates are going wild too.
Now, still 5v5 for the time being. Adam did end up using his dance for a little bit early on to counter out Shroods. That's why Shroods couldn't quite get that job done. And you also had the situation where Lumi and Shroods, or I think it was Ace and Shroods, trading each other out. Still a very long fight going through here. Potential kidnap.
Very long fight, but Asher getting a pick now. Sorry, Hypnotic getting a pick onto Asher, but out comes the Hela ultimate too to try and rain more damage. Revsy not quite able to find one yet as Ecart finds one of their own, but Ashen will be taken down. The tank is gone and so is Ecart, and so P-Star moving forward.
Well, they actually got a lot of payload push during that fight taking place as well, so pretty good situation where, you know, they slowly win it through. A lot of ultimates being traded both ways, one-to-one trades in terms of where we found those eliminations as well. And as we hit the final approach for the actual cap itself, only a couple of ultimates coming online that we can start to see. Revsy with a neutral pick on Isaac is big though.
Well, yeah, Revsy picking, getting the first pick. The point is currently in hands of Fury, but will they be able to keep it as Fury with the last of the butterfly, getting 2 picks. Ecart getting another one as well with a Hell Unleash.
Yep.
So many good ultimates being used, but that's a lot of ultimates.
And Adam actually ended up saving Fate of the Both Worlds there as well. Not quite looking towards User Shrews. Might have been slightly overcommitted. He's getting caught out by Ace. And now with the 65 advantage, can we see Platinum Star move fast enough to take advantage of it? Fury have already got Shrews respawned, and it doesn't look like Platinum Star have moved up far enough. Currently, though, good engage ultimates available. And Lumi's already in.
Anna's using ultimate to try and get Fate, to get ultimates up to try and heal everyone up, and so Adam responds with Fate of Both Worlds, but so does the Dart of the Butterfly from Ace. Now that the Atlas's ult is over, to try and get someone, Ashen will be monster hulking out to try and get something as well, but Ecart is the one that will fall. Barrier being used by Skittles to try and keep everyone alive. Isaac getting dangerously low, will be able to escape with their life just barely, but Atlas will be taken down by Ace. Skittles getting Isaac as well. P-Star trying to do their best as they push it closer and closer. With less than 1 minute on the clock, they cap point B.
And Eckhart instantly swapping back over towards the Star-Lord as well as we go over towards C-Far, more open. Fury knew it was over at that stage. Ace, very key player. Surprised his Dance of the Butterfly didn't get more work done, considering he patiently waited for the support ults to kind of dissipate on the side of Fury. Once those were gone, I would have expected Dance of the Butterfly to be able to clean up the entirety of Fury. That not being the case, though, Ace was still able to find that neutral, which then allows them to finally get that cap. Still a couple minutes left remaining to potentially finish this map now, as Eckhart decides to actually move away from the Star-Lord at the last moment.
Out comes the trade. Both Shrewds and Ace are down. Venom coming out with the ultimate. Isaac trying to do as much as I can, but we're getting damage in the process, going back into safety. Against the world comes out from Asher, trying to heal everyone. Keep everyone alive on the side of Fuse to keep them up and defensive. And somehow gets knocked out. We're even using the ult. Skittles gets that pick. Now Revsy also falls, getting traded left and right, but the support pick probably is going to be more valuable for P-Star as they are now pushing forward. Out comes the butterfly from Shrews trying to find something, but Adam has their ultimate available. They are keeping everyone alive.
And kidnapped as well. Hypnotic just takes Shrews all the way to the back of the point, back of the map, into his own team. The player advantages here. Lots of ultimates online. This should look pretty comfortable very soon for P-Star. I'm expecting a cap coming in. They have a minute left to play through. Ashen loses form here as well, going into Tiny Banner. And with that, defenders just don't have a lot to play through here. Fury are losing members. They don't have ultimates available. Ace has gone for even more at this stage. Finally being traded by Shrews. But is it enough? Have Fury done enough?
Well, Fury have 40 seconds left to do something, and Revsy is doing something instead onto Fury, getting one kick, looking for another, flies away to safety, but they've capped with 33 seconds remaining.
Yeah, huge. I mean, there was a consistent string of individual picks coming through from Platinum Star the entire way through the fight, just one after the other, slowly as well. It just continually confirms these staggered respawns coming through from Fury, not quite having 6-man alive at various points, and really difficult sort of situation there. It's these neutral picks that coming through from players like Ace. So Revsy there as well, just basically solo ulting Shrewds, or no, it might have been Eckhart actually, just solo ulting, but kind of worth. And you know, don't see too much value sometimes out of that Hela ultimate, but if you can just get that one, it's pretty large. Hypnotic with a solo kidnapped on the Shrews mid dance with the butterfly. I mean, that's ridiculous. He got a mid dance with the butterfly. How do you even catch somebody?
Did you say mid dance?
I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure he got a mid dance. Something
Does
like
that mean it cancels the ultimate as well? That's very impressive.
It either was, I might have to get another look at it, but it either was right at the end of dance, like exactly the end of dance, or it was actually mid dance, because I knew Shrews was actually ulting, he was flying around, and the next minute you see Hypnotic just take him to the back of the map and take him down.
Well, Hypnotic, when we were chatting, preparing for this tournament, just to get some inside information, Hypnotic said a few times that they are very confident in their Wolverine. So the fact that if that's true, and we have to go back and see the replays, because that's impressive, honestly.
Yeah, well, that was it's key. That the side though, there was still a very impressive number of other picks to come on through again. More importantly than that, I think Adam is still pretty comfortable on the support. Fury thought they had the capabilities to ban out Adam. You've done that, but you've only got a few bans to work, a couple bans to work through here, and if you ban out Adam, well, sadly that means Hypnotic gets the Wolverine through. You can't fully ban out this team of P-Star. And Revsy, we talked about the fact that P-Star are comfortable getting these early pickoffs. Happens again.
Yeah, Revsy doing absolutely work on the neutral, getting one pick immediately. And, I mean, Guess building up the ultimate pretty quickly as fast as they can. Out comes Ace with another pick too. Both of these two star players. Yeah?
There's Solo Vanguard both teams at the moment, so we're actually not really playing dive at the moment. I thought we would see, well, we are kind of pseudo playing a dive. If you are on a Hulk and a Venom, on some level you're thinking about it. You also saw the Wolverine, but more importantly than that, if we've moved over to a poke with Namor, Hela versus Punisher, Loki plus Namor, the problem with the Punisher here is without the combination of the rocket, I don't think it's as strong. You have a little bit more sustained damage, but you don't have the pick-up potential. Rather just see Shrews going towards Hela. I think he's on the wrong hero.
Yeah, Shrewds on the Punisher here is not something we like. Shrewds on the Hela. Oh my goodness, Revsy's just going crazy. Another neutral pick. Going to be getting the ultimate very soon at 90%. Hypnotic getting a pick as well onto Shrewds. It's three duelists doing a lot of work.
And Shrews was trying to get greedy there. He was trying to move in for the shotgun kill, the shotgun frag onto Revsy, and just was completely punished by the fact that Hypnotic had the save. This time around, the Revsy uncharacteristic a little bit. I'm not too sure how he goes down to a turret, but one of the turrets coming through from Namor ends up collecting him. So that's a bit of a mistake from the defender side. And now they start to lose members. It's all it takes, Rice, is a couple players start going down on the defense and the snowball begins to roll.
Yeah, big snowball indeed as Lumi also goes down. They do have a lot of ult, and Ace is going to do their best to try and use the Shark to try and do something, but Atlas instead takes down Ace. Now, can P-Star touch in time before they finish capping?
Even if they did, I don't think they have a lot to play through here. They're going to ult for it anyway. Skittles opens up first. It's going to force the response coming through from the attackers of Fury. Fury have a lot more ults, Rice.
They have so many ults and they're using all of them. Out comes Hell Unleashed from Revsy trying to do something, but all the support ults are available. First one was Asher's. Now Atlas has their ultimate as well if they want to use. And they've capped. They've gotten capped.
Wow. I mean, I think the thing is, I would have expected Fury to have used more ults to cap. They have capped indeed. They were probably, they're not even just probably, they were absolutely favored to be able to get that cap in there, given the fact they essentially get 6 ultimates moving in. But if you are looking at the defender side of P-Star, you would like to see them, if they want to go for this touch which they end up going for, knowing they have far less ultimates, to just force as much as they can out of Fury, and that didn't quite pan out as they would have liked.
But in this next fight, they do currently have 3 ultimates available, and it looks like they will be wanting to start using them now. They are, in fact, as Lumi starts off with their Venom ultimate, trying to eat someone or anyone, but unfortunately unable to do so. Now Ashen with a Monster Hold is going in the backline, jumping in. In return, Isaac will be using the support ultimate to try and keep everyone alive, and it looks pretty successful.
Ashen loses form, though. That's really important. Ashen's really just going to go down quite quickly here. So a lot invested, I think, from both sides, but particularly from Fury to be able to support Ashen in that deep dive. Not a lot of follow-up. This is part of the issue with playing these hybrid comps where, okay, you have a single dive tank on the Hulk. He goes in deep. Isaac follows in with his supporting ultimate as well, but the rest of your team is on a poke. They can't help, and now the backline is clean. Revsy gets the response. Shreed
popping their ultimate as well to try and spray down as much damage as possible. Nobody is falling, but out comes Ace, getting one pick, going again, trying to look for another, and Shreed is the one that falls first, getting dangerously low, keeps looking, goes for it, goes for another. It is a reset indeed as Ashen now falls. Can they get another one in? Yep. I believe the ultimate is over. Yep, all right, but that is a massive ultimate coming out from Ace.
You know, the fact that there just wasn't any support ultimates, they have good tracking there. They knew that Isaac had already used an ult a little bit earlier. Asher wasn't quite there either, countering Shrews right away, making sure his Punisher isn't going to get anything done. And now we see both of them for, I think, just the last fight now. I should have mentioned this, but they have both moved over towards the Winter Soldier.
But comes ultimates from Asher to heal everyone up as the Hell Unleashed coming out from Revsy. Doesn't find anyone, but Shrews was picked up early as Ace had switched over to Bucky here and pulled in Shrews for a pick.
Yeah, Eka kind of just threw that ultimate in there into the wind for no particular reason. Didn't quite have a target at all. We've left wanting a little bit as the defense will try and just group together again. Payload has been quite slow. You'll notice that there is just not that much time left. I think even if you end up capturing this one, it's going to be a bit of a struggle.
It will be a bit of a struggle as Atlas using the ultimate to try and keep everyone alive. This is probably last fight territory as they try and get round at this final corner. Out comes Luby with the ultimate to try and eat anyone. Nobody gets eaten though. But Atlas, the ultimate is now over as Isaac triggers their ultimate to keep everyone up. It is basically just juggling the support ultimates in the background. Now Ace is, once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is that once again, you just have Fury lacking in the support department. Atlas comes through with the copy for, it might have been the Invisible Woman ult this time around, I believe it actually came through. Or maybe it was one of the support ultimates in either case. Pulling it through early, Asher not quite having the dance available. And with that, Ace popping off, True's going down first. Adam this time first blood.
Adam does get first blood, but Isaac now falls. Hypnotic doing a lot of damage.
This might be the last fight now.
This one could be 20 seconds left. They will have to try and touch quickly. They do have 3 ultimates on their hand, so they better move quick.
Not looking comfortable.
Nope.
They do have ultimates to play through here. All eyes on Shrews. Has to be the large carry to be able to do what Ace has done previously. Wouldn't want to get hooked in either too early. Defender's in a good position right now. Lumi in deep. He's down.
Ooh. Lumi is down. This is the opening pick that Fury desperately needs. Out comes the show from Asher. And on a show they better put on as Fury starts it off. And Ashreed's getting 1 pick onto Hypnotic, looking for a second. But the again didn't seem to come through. It got cancelled as Ace now pops out. Asher getting taken down. Look, has ult available. Reset is available, but not going to. Oh, there it is. It goes off again. And again. This is going to be P-Star's first game.
Platinum Stars Despite all of the target banning in the drafting phase towards Adam, forcing him away from tank, it wasn't enough because at the end of the day, we removed that many tanks away in the draft. Both teams end up playing a dive, and Platinum Star, they have the better dive. You have the successful role swap. The fact that Adam can just go over to a support, Drake doesn't need to play a tank. Ace moving away from a support, going over towards a duelist, coming through very strongly, not just on the Winter Soldier that we see here at the end, to who I think probably still end up having, no, I'll say secondary best impact, because Revzy with the amount of opening frags, but also when you look at the stats here, maybe I don't want to be too stats biased, but stats do also confirm the fact that beyond all the opening picks, Revzy throughout the entire map was definitely a standout. Ace towards the end, once the Bucky swap came on through, started to be a standout as well. But the Psylocke was good, but it wasn't Revzy good on the team. Unfortunately for the side of Fury, we just didn't quite see the same success in that neutral. In the ult trades, they started to fall short towards the end. They had some decent ult trading at the start. I like what they did for the initial retake on that first A defense. Was not 100% successful, but they end up making a really good show of it, forcing Peace Sign into an uncomfortable position. More importantly than that, their own A-point attack was actually quite strong on the Fury side, so you got to give them credit for that, but they just didn't have the first pick potential. True's down way too many times right at the early fights, even before the fights occur, and on the opposite end, it's Revzy just continually getting those first bloods.
Yeah, Revzy first bloods, especially, I remember them on being on defense, and Revzy just kind of, on that first point, held them back so well with beautiful headshots. We did see Atlas also getting some picks on the Neymar on that first defense, but it really is, of course, I think Revzy doing quite well. We will go to a short break here, and we'll be back with game 2 very shortly.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight. I
We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto!
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Time to go nuts. Hey, check out this big acorn. World Stampede! Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt. I've got you. Fantastic! Ha! 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 Whoa! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Invitational Oceania. We are in the middle of a series between Fury and Platinum Stars, and boy, that first game was a banger.
Actually, a lot more competitive, first of all, than I think our first series. But even then, I think Platinum Stars edged out Fury more and more comfortably as the map went on. Was because at the start, particularly in the first attack and defense phase, you know, who was it? It was Fury defending first, Platinum Stars attacking first, right? So in that sort of first phase was a lot closer. I think we saw a lot more back and forth. It was a real struggle for Platinum Stars to actually finish the map, but they did in fact finish the map. When we looked at the swapped sides, I kind of expected a little bit more out of Fury. I would have liked to have seen them got past B, but something I did mention is that they just started to run out of time quite quickly on that B. It feels strange because they did cap A comfortably to my memory, but B, they just got bogged down incredibly hard. The first picks became more of an issue, but it was an issue throughout the entire attack, wasn't it, Rice? Because I remember the very first opening first blood was, I believe, Revsy on the Shroods, and that began, I think, within the first 10 seconds of the second phase of the second round where we swapped sides, and it just didn't really end throughout the entire defense attack at that stage, didn't it?
Yeah, no, Revsy did so many opening picks, and you mentioned that they started to warm up as the map went on, and I wonder if that's because, you know, Fury put them in a very strange position with all the bans. I think it was 3 tank bans, and so that meant that they had to switch up the roles a little bit, putting one of the tank. So it was Adam, right, who usually plays Vanguard. They were playing Strategist instead. Yeah. So maybe that took a while for them to warm up, but once they were warmed up, they definitely flew.
It showed the capability of the flexibility, because you do need to be flexible in this game. The bans have proven that flexibility is ultimately one of the most important factors, you know, alongside your individual skills of play. That's obviously quite important as well. But if your heroes get banned out and your pool is affected negatively, you have to adapt not only as a play but as a team, because it's like, okay, well, 3 tanks are actually banned out here. The 3 probably best tanks in the game, especially the number 1 tank, Strange, but then no Mag either, which is normally Strange's replacement, and then no Groot either, which would be the replacement for both of them. If those aren't available, it's like, well, what do you really have left to play through? Now it's Double Dive Vanguard available to play on, and well, that's something that I don't think many teams are quite experienced on. So not only P-Star maybe a little bit thrown off by that, but I actually think Fury themselves were thrown off. They kind of threw themselves off because they also removed a lot of what they're comfortable playing, as we're about to head into map 2 here, right, to see how things have changed.
So the losers are going to be have picked this map coming into this, and it's going to be Spider Island's Convoy.
Yep. Yeah, so let's see how things have changed here. Do we see the heavy focus on Vanguard bans again? Will we see something a little bit different here? Groot coming out first from P-Side. Don't want to deal with it. Now this opens up once again for Fury to take away one of the other
Wolverine.
tanks. And they have said, you know what?
Finally, yeah.
The tanks, the Vanguards were not the problem. We were losing to the Wolverine. But I actually don't know if that's the most important ban. It does remove one of the key things away from P-Star. But I think Revsy and Ace were doing a lot more than Hypnotic, actually.
Yeah, no, Hypnotic had some standout moments, but Revsy on Hela was a lot stronger. They are going to be protecting Strange here instead of banning Strange. So bit of a change of a strategy. And in return,
there's the Mag.
Protecting Mag, yeah.
So double shield has been protected here. Likely, we might see that coming through, especially with the Groot taken away. And then early rocket, they are preparing for a potential Punisher pick to come through from Fury. So P-Star are like, you know what? We're just going to take the rocket away right now so you can't even think about going towards the Punisher at all. And here's the funny thing though, Rice. You took away one of the kidnap/hook heroes in Wolverine. But guess who you didn't take away? The Winter Soldier is still there, and Hypnotic wastes no time locking it in.
Yep, Hypnotic on the Winter Soldier. We did see who was playing Winter Soldier before. It was Ace, right?
It was Ace, yeah. And Ace is now swapped back to his normal position on the strategist on the support again.
Yep, and Adam back on their normal position on Vanguard. It's really nice, as you mentioned, to see the flexibility between these players on P-Star. They're able to switch roles and perform extremely well on it still. Ace, the resident Loki player, was dominating on the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, and now you have a situation as well where for Fury, I think their comp is a little strange here. And the reason why is you have basically no diving tanks, but then you have two flanking diving-ish kind of DPS duelists here. And then on top of that, there's no Luna Snow because Luna was banned. I believe Luna was banned by Fury, which is really curious because if you want to succeed on your flankers, ideally you'd want the Snow play from Luna. So they kind of, in my opinion, screwed themselves a little bit here, but we will see how Shroods and Eckhart manage to navigate through the situation. And to be honest with you, maybe just playing on the rooftops a little bit like Shroods is doing and kind of still hovering the outside and flanks of the map by playing carefully and using health packs could still work out for them.
Yeah, it could indeed. Shroods wants to try and find a flank maybe onto one of these ports in the backline, but Isaac getting dangerously low is sort of out of position, will be saved by the immortality runes from Atlas and will be able to get back into safety, but interesting opening neutral fight coming up.
I mean, you already have low HP on the side of Fury. This is P-Star now comfortably pushing on through. Isaac taking a bunch of damage. First ult should be coming online very soon. Again, no surprises. It is the Lokis once more. Ace and Atlas nearly on that 100. But do they just copy over towards the support ult as usual? That's been the most popular choice.
Oh, what?
And don't even have time to react because Ramsey, once again, the first blood king.
Adam getting another pick as well onto Shroods. Now, Atlas dangerously low, but Adam is just pushing so aggressively. The cart is moving and will be able to cap this point very soon. Out comes ultimate from Skittle as well to try and keep everyone alive, to keep everyone pushing forward, and the defenders are trying their absolute best to try and defend. They will be able to touch just in time before they cap, and they're trying to find anyone to pick that will be able to take Eckhart. Fury though, P-Star up one now. Out comes a massive stun. Ashen will be stunned, but the heals are on the ground to keep everyone alive. Out comes as well the crack and impact from the Hypnotic, getting potentially a few picks here and resetting for, was that 3?
It was more than required, and at this point, P-Star have comfortably moved on through, and most importantly, as mentioned, again, it's the first pick pressure. We're not even really considering the fact that, okay, did they have more ultimates? Did they do more damage? They had both of those things, but they also had a two-player advantage, because once more, it's Revsy showing up, Adam also following through, showing absolute mayhem on the enemy team, and I ain't talking Florida here. There's attacking side for P-Star, comfortably looking over towards B. Lots of time still available. Defenders on Fury also use some ultimates, but they didn't save themselves. Not nearly enough. Shrewd swapped over to Bucky, by the way.
No support ultimates from anyone, so these DPS, these ultimates from the duels are going to do so much work. But the tanks are trying to do the absolute best. Adam gets extremely low. We'll be able to use one of the ultimates to get one as Ashen takes down Hypnotic instead. Now Hella using their ultimate as Lumi takes down Asher. Another support is down. Still no support ultimates on the board.
Yeah, well, this is the P-Star side now able to comfortably get some trades, still one-to-one trades. It's basically a 4v4 at this point as we start to see a few more players come back on through, even far away. Hypnotic is able to land shots. Looking over towards Fury, they certainly have the ults to play through. Are they going to end up burning any here? It is P-Star, of course, on the retreat, it seems.
Yep. But they are still using ultimates from both sides. Out comes Alex as well. But Revsy is the one that gets an opening pick onto Shroods. I don't think Shroods is able to do much with that ultimate. And now P-Star, Ace is also ulting, trying to keep everyone alive. It's going to be us against the world once more being used by Atlas and Asher. So many ultimates being used, but no one has fallen apart from Shroods. Now I have Agamotto's being used in the backline. Doesn't find anyone, I think it's
it looks like it was blocked.
Yeah, big, huge block coming out from Lumi. Now Lumi's pushing forward, and Armed and Dangerous coming out from Wait, did it
It
not
would have
get
been
used?
from Hypnotic. It would have been from Hypnotic, I believe. That's what it looks like to me. But in any case,
It didn't
still
get
looming
much
alive at the
use,
moment.
Yeah.
Hypnotic traded down and
Oh my
Shrew's gone.
goodness.
This is where the Fury members are starting to fall by the wayside. Looming with the Eye of Agamotto to clean things up. Doesn't quite land the shot. I believe Isaac probably blocked that one out as well. No one got stunned. As this fight continues, Rice, more ultimates coming online for P-Star. Revsy completely uncontested. Easy MVP for me. Was the clear MVP of that first map. It looks like will be again.
Adam doing a huge Magneto map, gets Asher before Asher was able to gets out of that, and now a Hela coming up from Revsy. So many ultimates being used by the attackers by P-Star. They still haven't capped it, or have they capped? Nope, still haven't capped it. Ecart is down. Now Eye of Agamotto being used as well. But I think they're not able to turn this around. Fury is all gone and dusted.
Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto only caught Ace, and even then, not enough damage coming on through because P-Star just had that one locked down. It was War, Revsy damage coming on in, more of everything, really. Isaac, once more, as stated, not getting enough done on the Eye of Agamotto. Eckhart getting sniped out by Revsy in the sky. The fact that we do now have Fury acknowledging the Hela in the server, doing the most, and Eckhart trying to be something on the opposite end to at least contest that. And Eckhart do enough. Has, I want to say, death available.
Does have the ultimate available, but Asher is the one to start this fight out. Out comes Armed and Dangerous in return from Shrewds, getting one. Going Ace, going for another, trying to do as much as they can. But with the healing ultimates on the ground, it's going to be difficult. As everyone is still alive now. In return, Hypnotic is going to do their best. But the Hell Unleashed from Fury from Ecart will find Revsy. Revsy is down. The attackers are now 5v6ing.
Lumi a little slow there to fly up and block through the Goddess of Death. Sadly, that does mean Revsy falls by the wayside. Not enough damage done there by Hypnotic with the rest of the team to be able to find the resets on the Kraken Impact. It's going to allow the Defenders Fury to finally be able to get, I think, the first reset. No, I think this must be the second reset. We've had one reset a little bit, I think, on B. This is now the second proper reset for the attacking side, as haven't seen enough Fury fight wins. Still 2 minutes, plenty of time to finish the map for the attacking side of P-Star.
P-Star doing their best to enter into this fight to try and push and take control of the cart. They are in control as Adam uses Meteor to try and find someone, but the shield will be able to protect as many as possible. Eye of Agamotto coming through now from Isaac. Does find Shrewd, though, is found by Revsy. Atlas, Asher, they all fall. P-Star pushing forward. 1.5 minutes left.
This will be the cap. They'll have plenty of time to time bank through this cap as well. Final couple of takedowns coming through Revsy and Adam. These very, very late takedowns are going to impact the respawn capability coming on through. And even then, Shrews just wants to go for the touch. We're looking at a 120 time bank, Rice.
We are looking for a 120 time bank as the defenders, as Fury tries their absolute best to make it slower. 1 minute 10 out comes support ultimates from Fury. From P-Star, do any Fury ultimates as well to try and keep them up. Eye of Agamotto comes out, but Lumi gets one on Isaac. Again, coming out from Shrewds, getting one. Time is going less than 1 minute.
They need to deal with Shrewds. Yeah, they got a couple of successful touches in there, allowing Fury to at least get ultimates. The final couple of ultimates, they knocked down the timer by an additional 30 seconds. So not going to see the 120 time back anymore. It's a far lower time back, potentially down to 30 seconds if the defenders can still keep these touches going on. But extremely unlikely for Fury to be able to win this fight anymore. P-Star have full control. Hypnotic locks down 2. Lumi collects the 3rd. And this will finally be the cap at just 30 seconds.
30 seconds, yes.
28 is acceptable. It's not 120, it's not 30. You're 2 seconds off 30, you'll take it.
I was keeping an eye at the end there because Atlas had their ultimate, their Loki ultimate. So if they manage to get in touch in time and use maybe copy a Cloak and Dagger, they'd be able to survive for another maybe 10 seconds and keep that time bank being lessened.
Well, the thing is we never got into OT there, so we didn't have the OT respawn timers going up, which allows just continual stagger touches coming through from Fury. But in that sort of situation, you typically will not really ever see that defending team win the fight. The strategy then is to just delay the timer as much as possible. We were potentially looking at a 120 time back. The fact that they pushed that all the way down to 28 is significant, because we're talking about like a 50-second time differential there of just coming through, repeatedly touching payload, repeatedly touching point to delay timer. So if you're in a situation where you're just losing, knocking down 50 seconds, pretty significant. The fact that Eckhart even went Spider-Man there, not for this, but for the defensive staggers that we saw on the last round there, just continually going to a touch, just stuff like that allows you to touch a little bit more. But once you start making those types of swaps, you're losing all your ultimates, and you're playing unconventional heroes, and your likelihood of winning is still very low and basically zero, but at least you knock the time down.
Yeah, the stagger heroes definitely come out into play, and they did get it down quite a bit. Here we are on the next round. We have switched sides with Fury now on attack, and the defenders, they haven't really changed their composition too much.
The defenders know exactly what they're doing here. P-Star have it locked in, and they know what has been working. It is the Fury side that has now moved over towards a Hulk. And Iron Man there is also. It's going to be a Hulk Iron Man combo. I believe Eckhart might also be on, a little hard to see, but it looks like Adam Warlock. So they've significantly changed up their comp. This is more of a Season 0 type of look. We don't commonly see the Iron Man anymore. It's Revsy. It'll be his job to be able to put Trude's, or at least contain him and control him.
Yeah, they're definitely trying their best to keep pushing it and keep enabling Shrewds. Big exile there onto Lumi, but Lumi will be able to survive and get back, and so will the rest of their team. Revsy getting a little bit low in the back, but I'm sure will be eventually healed up. Oh, Shrewds is the first one to get picked by that flank from Lumi.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't know how Shrewds keeps on being... Well, this time around it makes a little bit more sense because you are Iron Man, you're likely flying in the air, you're likely an easy target for some of these players. You would have expected to be Revsy. It ends up being Lumi instead, but the most important thing is the pick does come on through, a counter pick to be found by Ash on the Hypnotic.
Massive counter pick coming through. Hypnotic is down, so here comes the ultimate. Adam with a meteor gets Atlas in the backline. One less support for Fury. And I believe Atlas might have been lost their ultimate as well, but Shrewd's out.
Cancelled.
So does Egon. It's absolutely massive.
Shrewd's lost the pulse cannon there. Revsy with the clean shot. Talked about the fact that it is his job, most importantly, to shut down Shrewds. And it doesn't really matter what Shrewds is playing around now. It's still Revsy handling the game from all sides,
really
all angles, and this payload is not moving anywhere anytime soon. 2 minutes basically off the clock on A, and still only halfway through.
They're able to take control of the card once again, and Asher using this opportunity triggers the monster hold, but Lumi somehow flames in, takes down Shrewds again. Now Lumi flying into the air is trying to take down the other Strange as Isaac goes down.
Yep. Ashen trying to do his best in the back line, jumping in, hulking out with the Monster Hulk, but really interesting to see that for P-Star, that wasn't even much of a concern. It's like, we can deal with a single Monster Hulk. Lumi didn't even bother looking at that Hulk. Lumi was interested in everybody else, and that everybody else, first and foremost, was Shrewds, who's now over towards, doesn't even matter, but is over towards the Psylocke. I genuinely feel bad. It doesn't bring me any joy to point out that somehow he's getting taken out early, but it keeps happening, unfortunately.
Out comes Kraken Impact from Hypnotic. Was able to find one, I believe, has the reset available, hasn't used it yet. Is going, and will, I think, time out there.
Low.
Lumi is low, but somehow not anymore with the healing ultimates on the ground. The Fury are just trying to do their best to get around this corner, but here comes an Aya Agamotto from the side of Lumi. Does find one, but here's the Dancer Butterfly as well onto the backline, but the healing ultimate is there on the ground to keep everyone alive. Now at the Aya Agamotto from Isaac this time. I think they finally found one onto Skittles. That's one of the supports in the backline. Adam getting dangerously low, will be taken out. Fury are moving. The card is moving.
Yeah, Shrew's had enough of being picked early, so he goes to the back line, does what he does best over on something like a Psylocke. Invis and a couple of blinks will do that for you. Ults on that back line, catches the defenders of P-Star out, and that will finally be able to allow now Fury to get a little bit more movement. The ult trades end up favoring the side of Fury here, but Bryce, take a look at the time. The issue here is, can they
5
finish?
seconds.
Hang on.
The TP! The TP coming out. Revsy, though, immediately taken out as soon as they come through the TP. Meteor coming out from Adam as well. Is that enough? It is so much coming out from P-Star, but Shrewds and Fury are doing their best to return the favor. It's trades left, right, and center. But who is the last one left? It is overtime. Ecart trying to do their best as they... But Revsy is the one from the heavens raining hell down. And now P-Star have control of the card. Overtime ticks down. They win the game.
Now, 2-0. Wow, impressive stuff, and even more, I think, dominant than what we saw on Clinta on the first map here. So a full cap out, which looked like nearly 120 time bank, ended up being 28 seconds. But tell you what, Rice, 28 seconds is more than enough when you don't even allow the enemy team to be able to cap A. They really didn't. They didn't get the cap out A. And actually, this time around, I think, we actually see on the scoreboard here, but also confirmed in game, MVP for Lumi, who did about as much work as Revsy when it comes to first blood. That's been, I think, the most important thing once more for P-Star, their ability to surprisingly, or maybe at this point unsurprisingly, because it keeps on happening, find these opening first bloods somehow, oftentimes on Shroods as well, who needs to be very careful. And he is probably being targeted, but has to be quite careful about that. And Lumi spent a decent amount of time, not quite flanking, but just flying over the top of the heads of the entirety of Fury, and Fury not being able to do too much to stop that. And even then, we still saw Revsy doing plenty. I mean, if you look at this, still 16 final blows for Revsy, still largely the most damage in the lobby outside of tank player Lumi, but we do often see tank stat padding damage there. But just goes to show that, you wanted to force a lot of tank bans in map number 1 to make it uncomfortable for P-Star. They still win. We go into something a little bit more normal, the double shield for P-Star. They win even harder. It's a very tough team to play against, this P-Star team.
Yeah, Platinum Star is very strong. We talked about all the experience that all of these members have, and Luby really surprised me personally with all the flying and being very aggressive, taking down Shroods when they were on Iron Man. But also, just in general, they also flew to a deal with the other Strange when they were blocking the Hela ultimate. So very well played from Lumi. I think they're probably my standout player for this game, as well as Revsy as well.
It's a probably overall, I think Revsy was like, if we combine both maps, but on the second map, I would have said at minimum equal between Lumi and Revsy, maybe Lumi eking out Revsy a little bit, but between the two of them, extremely important. And I think this is now going to be another hero in terms of the Hela, another player in terms of Revsy that other teams have to think about. Teams are very focused on shutting down players like Adam. That's great. He's a huge name, maybe the biggest name on the team. However, you put all your resources into target banning Adam, into trying to push him into an uncomfortable position. The rest of his team is thriving. The Revsy is thriving. Hypnotic was on the Wolverine. Lumi is, everyone's playing so much ace roll swapping as well. P-Star seem like a very flexible team that are incredibly hard to shut down, even if your preparation is good.
Well, we have an interview ready now. We will be interviewing the one and only Adam. We have talked up Adam quite a lot, so let's see what he has to say.
Hello.
Adam from Oz. How you doing, buddy? You are
good. How are you?
Good to see. Good to see us, the two of us, back here again. Hey, who would have thought? No Marvel's player of the match MVP for me to give to you this time. I think we'll have to give that to either Lumi or Revsy if we're going to be completely honest. But look, you got targeted pretty hard in this series. You think? Because it looked like Fury really wanted to go for you.
I think a lot of the teams in this tournament will try and target me, and that's okay because my team will carry me. I can just play support.
Yeah, you role swapped over to support in that first map. What was the thought process behind that? And did you think it worked out? Because we thought it worked out very well.
They kind of banned all the heroes in tank, and I was just like, oh, I'm just going to play support now. And then my team was like, okay, sure, we'll do that.
Did you expect Fury to maybe come through a little bit more here? Because when I looked at this matchup, I was like, okay, Fury have prepped a lot for this. They have scrimmed a lot. They, you can confirm or deny, but I think they might have scrimmed more than you guys as well. I think you guys probably didn't have as many scrims as Fury did. But was it the raw talent? Did you guys just kind of outpace them on the raw talent? Because it seemed like on the actual aiming capability, the first bloods that Revsy continually got, and all the damage output and everything else was more than enough for you guys to win here.
Yeah, no, I think they've probably scrimmed a lot more than us. So it would have been our ability to just we didn't scrim that much, but we had a lot of meetings and just tried to understand how we want to play the game and our style of understanding, basically. And we just played towards our understanding of what we wanted to accomplish.
So you have won this game and moving forward in the upper bracket. So you'll be versing KANGA coming tomorrow. What do you think about the matchup between Platinum Stars and KANGA? Anything in particular that you are scared of or looking forward to?
I'm not sure, honestly. They're supposed to be the other best team in this tournament, so it will hopefully be a good game. But we're hoping to win. We're very confident.
Yeah, I think it'll be another matchup where, you know, it's raw time spent in preparation versus caliber and quality of roster. Not to say they don't have some of that as well, but you know, I think basically everyone somewhat basically agrees that your team has the biggest names across the board. If you could just like collect a team that has large names on it, but also a lot of experience. So it's not like you guys haven't, you know, you're a new team, but you have a lot of players that have kind of already played in Marvel Rivals Championship Season 0 and things like that. So yeah, it's looking now like it will be, I guess, a KANGA into Platinum Star type of final. I know Rice basically already asked you if there's anything left in there, but you must be pretty confident about winning, right? Because that was disgustingly strong from you guys.
Yeah, no, we're very confident.
That's good to hear. Can't wait to see your games tomorrow. I'm excited to see if you bring that confidence into the games tomorrow. So thank you so much for the chatting, for the insights. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Congrats.
So that was our second match of the day. We will be going into a short break coming in, and we'll be back after the break for our final series of the day.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's Want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick. 爆元手一。Perfect hit. The dragon unleashed. 气贯长龙. My fist is unrivaled.
Time to go nuts. Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt. I've got you. Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success.
Who wants to see something fantastic?
Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational Oceania. We are now heading down into the lower bracket where we will watch these two final teams fight it out for their lives.
And it's a fight for survival. You said it, fight for their lives as well, because somebody is going to have to get eliminated. Is it going to end up being Fury Global or Oz Gaming? Oz Endgaming? I should really...
Oz Endgame. Oz Endgame. Yeah.
Look, we got the end of the day. The point is, we don't want to see that be the end of Oz Endgame, but Fury would like it to be the end of Oz Endgame. Both teams struggled in their matchups, Rice. Not particularly close games. KANGA and Platinum Star, I think, to everyone's expectations so far, have been the most dominant teams. Still debatable which one is the better of those two, yet we will find that out tomorrow. But right now, who ends up being better between these two in the lower bracket is going to be very important, because there's only one shot to continue through the tournament into Sunday. Otherwise, you go home right now tonight.
Yes, they will. They don't want that to happen, of course, but there are three potential games, possibly 5 games. This is going to be a best of 5. So they do have to try and prove their worth. I guess they get 2 extra games or 1 extra game, depending whether or not they go the full distance, compared to the best of 3 that they just played in.
Yeah, we'll get 3 minimum maps.
3 minimum.
So
yep. Hopefully
that's good. That'll be good. That'll be good news. We don't want to see a 3-0 here. Hades and I think both said it was going to be a 3-1. I would actually like to see a 3-0. Oh, did he?
I said
okay,
3-1.
so
we agreed.
We agree. We're on the same page here. I think a 3-1 sounds about right. A 3-2 would be quite nice, though. I would love for this one to go down to the wire. I think both teams had a lot more that they would like to have shown that they didn't get a chance to show, because the opposition that they went up against was just maybe a little bit too strong. But at the same time, you know, I think it actually kind of worked out as far as the bracket seeding went, because you had the 2 best teams on the opposite side of the bracket to ensure a very entertaining winners semi-final here. And now you have this particular game where we'll see if one team is maybe slightly better than the other. I don't know if you think you might have seen something you like more from either team. I'm still not too sure. I think maybe Fury had a little bit more there that I liked than Oz Endgame, but still pretty close in my mind.
So when both of these 2 teams played, Fury was banning Doctor Strange against Platinum Stars, right? Yeah. And on the other hand, KANGA was banning Doctor Strange against Oz Endgame. So I'm wondering whether or not Fury is going to do the same thing to Oz Endgame here as well. And Oz Endgame have had a full series, a couple more hours of time to talk and prepare for this upcoming game. Maybe they will be able to have something instead, maybe to counteract this Doctor Strange ban. Maybe they'll be able to figure out which other tanks they'd like to play, or maybe they'll do a protect on Doctor Strange.
That's a good point, because in our interview with Don, he did mention that one of the targets was Tinny Valkyrie, who is known for playing Doctor Strange, and well, he went over towards the Magneto here as well. So if there are target bans specifically on Tini, very much like they were trying to target ban our Adam, that could be putting a lot of pressure onto Oz Endgame. The question then will be, what else does Tini Valkyrie have in the back pocket to play through in terms of his versatility and flexibility in the hero pool? Because we saw that Adam eventually went to support. Is that something Tini Valkyrie wants to do as well if he ends up being targeted? Or I think more than likely, you're gonna end up having to see Oz Endgame do some very strong protects on the Vanguard role to ensure that they don't have their entire role banned out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 3 Vanguard bans coming through in some of these series, and that's kind of very scary to watch, considering that really does limit the options. And I don't know what Tini Valkyrie has been planning and preparing in the Vanguard role, but since they only went with 1 Vanguard in their series earlier today, it doesn't look like they have much prepared. So that protect on Doctor Strange, very vital.
I mean, there's still enough. You can't ban out every single viable Vanguard, so there's enough left to play through. The question is, like, are you prepared to play them? How much have you practiced those other tanks and those other compositions? And this is where the limits of not just your individual players, but your entire team composition gets stretched up, because we're not just talking about, okay, well, what does this individual player move to? It's what does your entire team move to as a whole composition? Because you oftentimes can't just swap out one guy for another comparable hero if multiple of those heroes are banned. It's like, no, if all the shield tanks are gone and Groot's gone, you actually are forced to play dive, and you can't just play dive with random duelists and strategists and hope it works. Clearly that doesn't work, so you have to be able to make your entire team comp work around how the drafting ends up panning out. So the drafts have been very impactful so far, mostly because all the teams have been hard targeting super high pick rate heroes like Strange. Like, I honestly didn't think Strange would get banned as much as we're seeing it. That's not normally a hero that I think gets banned this often.
No, it makes things a bit more exciting, because when I was preparing, and I think you and I were both preparing for this, we both were assuming Doctor Strange would be kind of like a must pick, and the fact that it's not a must pick, it makes things a lot more exciting. But
well, he is a must pick because he's either must picked or must banned. But
true.
Without further ado, Oz Endgame Fury Global, right? So we'll see how they go. As mentioned, Rice, going to this draft, Tini Valk, a likely candidate for target banning. Fury as the first up to ban, most likely a Vanguard here, if they are going to optimize for the same strategy that KANGA did against Oz Endgame.
I'm waiting to see whether they're not going Doctor Strange first ban. They didn't ban at all?
They skipped ban. Okay.
Is that... I'm not sure if that was an accident or if that was on purpose.
No, it's usually not. It's usually on purpose. It's usually on purpose, if I was to give benefit of the doubt. Okay. But that is not a good thing to do. I don't think this is the game where you want to skip ban. If it was on an accident, that is very upsetting. Poor. If it's on purpose, I'm questioning the strategy here, because now you've allowed both a ban and a protect to come through from Oz Endgame, and they've just straight away protected the Strange, which could have been one of the bans.
That could have been the ban.
For Fury. And now even if Fury eventually banned Mag, it's like, well, it doesn't matter, because now Strange is available. So there is not another super impactful Vanguard ban available for them.
We have a Punisher Protect. Not sure if Oz Endgame are going to follow that up with the Rocket ban, but one more ban for Fury.
Yeah, and Mantis is actually a wasted ban. So I'm not too sure. It does say to me that the ban skip was on purpose. You can essentially look at this as a double ban skip, because Mantis is heavily out of meta and not a particularly strong choice here. So you essentially have one skipped ban and one unimpactful ban. I'm not sure what Fury is actually trying to do here, because this doesn't really make sense if you're trying to optimize for good drafting, whereas Oz Endgame have optimized for good drafting. They have protected a hero that they really need in Strange that has been pretty highly banned throughout the entire day against every single team. They have banned away the team up that Rocket provides over to Punisher due to the Punisher Protect. And they've also removed the Groot, which has been probably a pretty standard ban today so far. So Oz Endgame, they've done the correct things on the draft. Fury, they've done very questionable things.
Very questionable things. Yeah, I'm wondering what the thought process behind this is. I have an idea, but it might be stretching it a little bit. I'm not sure what you think of it.
Go on and shit. Yeah, go on
Oh,
and shit.
yeah. So, what if Fury are so confident that they're going to like 3-0 Oz Endgame that they just don't want to give away any strategies to the games tomorrow?
That would be hubris, but at the same time, if they win, then I guess it made sense. But if they lose,
yikes,
that is unbelievable hubris. So you don't want to do that.
I hope I'm wrong.
I don't think you. I think it's plausible, but I hope that's not the case because it's just that's not a great look, unfortunately, for Fury. But we'll see as we're actually locked in and actually into the map now. Map number 1 of this loser bracket final, BO5, by the way.
Yep. BO5. Oh, big spear coming through. Doesn't quite get the kill, the finish off though. Isaac and Netra are both extremely low. Nang using the ability to get out safely as well. Nothing too drastic happening in this first neutral fight.
And because Oz6 is not actually on a hit scan here, starting onto the Psylocke, it's going to have a lot of difficulty facing up against Shrews. Ends up being Tinny Valk that has to put the damage on the Shrews and put the control of the Shrews. No, Hella on the opposite scene might want to see Oz6 swap a little bit later on. Right now, just really stalled out in the middle of this opening point, waiting for first ult. Might come from Percy over here.
Yep, Persification might be the first one to get ultimate already at 98%. The card is moving nice and slowly. Isaac and Netra, the Vine cards are getting extremely low from Fury, but Shrews also very low. First ultimate from Atlas. Putting on a massive show, Fate of both whales trying to push forward and make as much space as possible. In return, Persification also doing their absolute best. Tinny Valkyrie now has Eye of Agamotto available. It will be used. It's going to go massive in. It's actually a pretty big one. A Shrews combos. Isaac, massive one. I think did a lot better.
Yeah, Isaac into Eye of Agamotto from the flank there as well. Not being looked at by Tinny Valken. Unblocked, uncancelled. Allowing then Shrews to be able to combo in with the Pulse Cannon. And look at that. You don't even need a Groot to be able to get that combo off. A strange ultimate on top of the Pulse Cannon will end up being enough. And this is one of those smart situations as well where the Hulk gets a double team up. But for that, TP in, all the retake.
Big ultimates being used. Yang using theirs as well as E-cards. Not able to find anyone, but the TP coming out from Tinny Valkyrie was very, very important to try and get them to touch in time. And Oz6 on the Psylocke getting a pick on the side. Atlas and Shrews both down. The winner of this fight in particular is going to be Oz Endgame.
And they'll be able to save that point. Very nicely played. Just finally got that touch in there and had a couple of ults to play through as well, because you kind of noticed that they were stunned up and one-shot by the combo from the attacking side of Fury before, so they didn't get to play the game they wanted. Zekat now looks over towards the Star-Lord, so more flying heroes to come through, just abusing the fact that there's a lack of hit scan on the side of the defense of Oz Endgame.
Oz Endgame, Oz6 is very good at the hit scan, so surely coming in soon, but Tinny Valkyrie with a massive! Getting how many? Was that 4 there? And now Oz, the smash coming out from Netra. Monster Hulk in the backline trying to make something out of that huge ultimate that Oz Endgame succeeded in, but they aren't able to find anything. That might have been a waste of an ultimate.
It is an waste of an ultimate because they lost the fight. They were 2 down. It's an unsupported Hulk ultimate, and now Oz6 punishes Isaac. Solo ult, you don't mind it. You get value out of that one. Time is now running out nearly into one fight territory here. Last minute to play through, and good news is for Fury, it's 6 ultimates online. So they did force extra ults out from the defending side. Oz6, yes, he got that solo kill. The ult's gone. Netra actually swaps, so that's 1 ult down, I believe.
Yeah, because they used just the Hulk ultimate just then. So 5 ultimates outcomes. So many ultimates, it's hard to count them all. Both support ultimates actually from the side of Oz Endgame. That might have been a bit rough as Shrews pulses down, Persification, 1 support down. Now Atlas with their support ultimate will be pushing forward. They now still have Ashes in their back pocket as Isaac gets a pick onto Tinny Valkyrie. 13 seconds left on the clock. Fury have the ultimate advantage and they are pushing forward with it all as Isaac completely takes down Maka, and Yang also taken down. 2 seconds left.
Yang just didn't have the HP there, needed to try and throw out the Horn of Proteus at any given moment to try and save the point, but his team was actually very, very split. You saw the Magneto of Maka just hiding away into the side room, being chased away by Isaac. Niang trying to hide behind the statue. Their positioning was completely ruined. No good opportunity. Niang, unfortunately, he kind of called him out for holding ultimates perhaps a little too long in his opening match, and Didn't get the chance to use his ultimate again in that final fight.
Cute little spot Isaac has there on top of the I don't know what you call it, the door, on top of the door.
On top of various destructible terrain.
Yep.
On...
I have Akamoto's being used by Isaac, using that position that he had, takes down 6. Is that going to be enough as Isaac keeps pushing them into the little tunnel, stopping them from touching the point? There is ultimates being used by Nikos, and now Us Against the World is now being used as well. Here, Miyuki being used and everything. And so many healing ultimates as again, Pacification uses theirs.
I mean, there's just 6 ultimates online that were, 2 of them have been 3, now 4 used by Oz Endgame, but they're not quite together as a team. They're still trying to make their way back in, finally pushing Palo back a little bit, but they haven't quite taken control. Double ultimates now still being used in the attacking, and Eckhart did get frozen and stunned, but aside from that, the rest of the team for Fury have done enough work.
They've done quite a lot of work and they are still pushing. I have Okamoto being used as well as down to the butterflies from Shrewd. 60 seconds left. They will be able to cap. They made this point be a lot faster. Cannot touch.
Defenders, 6, unfortunately, have to just hang out with the rest of the team. It probably would have been on 6 to try and go for that touch, but just didn't quite have the spacing available, losing too much positioning on the map. And as all ults are traded, Fury still making decent progress in 2 minutes will barely just be enough, I think, to finish. And of course, on this map in particular as well, very interesting things you can do with spawn doors if you have saved the strange portals, which I think Isaac may have in his back pocket right now.
No, I think so too. I have Okamoto being used. Bit of a flank coming through. Don't think they got anyone though. As
double stun.
Fury Ecart though takes control of the situation, taking down 1-2, and the rest of the team cleaning up. Despite that sort of, would you say, I wouldn't know if I would say blunder, but despite the unfortunate happening of Isaac.
Isaac hit 2 on the back when he got both supports, Nikos and Pacification. And so that was a, it did hit. It hit 2 on the back line.
That's
so
good, that's good.
Attack is able to get a lot more progress off the back of that one now, but final opportunity for Oz Endgame.
Out comes down to the butterflies from 6, but in return, the invisible barrier being used by Asher. Now the butterflies being used by Shrews as they keep pushing. But out comes Fate of both worlds to keep everyone alive. Ultimate's being used, but it's going to be Ecard for the opening pick on 6 for this fight. Less than 60 seconds left on the clock. They're going to try and keep pushing forward.
You still have got ultimates. I have like I'm coming out. Where's Niang's ultimate? You have to combo some of these. Shrews does get caught by the stun, but no follow-up to get Shrews down. Fury have no more ults to play through, but they still have presence in terms of the heroes on board. Mucka's too low. Might not even get to go for the ultimate for the media. With Shrews down, though, a little bit of pressure has subsided. A 1-for-1 trade so far.
1-for-1 trade, but you mentioned the ultimates. They still have Niang's ultimate and a Mucka. The Meteor is still available. Isaac has Ayamoto back, uses it immediately. In the meantime, Niang takes down Nikos is the one that is targeted by the Ayamoto. Now Isaac goes forward for Pacification. Both supports are down from the defenders. There are no more heals coming out. But Nikos has the heal ultimate available soon. Is this going to be enough? Fury trying to keep pushing. They don't quite have control of the point. 6 seconds left.
No, I don't know if they can capture us yet because Nico still has an ultimate available. This is the final opportunity.
Yep,
Oz Endgame need more frags though. They just don't have enough trades. Eckhart's doing damage.
Nico's ultimate has been used. The teleport coming up from Isaac as well to try and keep pushing. They're able to get back from the respawn as the invisible boundary is used off Nico's foes. They're going to be able to use more as Netra has Meteor available. Will they be able to get anyone with it? Teeny Valkyrie, Mucka taken out. They're pushing forward.
They got the cap. They got it.
They are so close. They should be able to get it. Ultimate's being used all over the place. Atlas with 1 more support ult to keep pushing. And 6 gets taken out, and that is it.
And I was looking a little bit dicey there, unfortunately, for the side of Fury until the Strange Portal was used to get Isaac back on in. If he didn't go down, he could have locked out the spawners entirely with the kind of uncounterable double TP blocking spawn doors trick, but he didn't get a chance to do that. He had to TP back in from spawn, which is still effective. And the fact that Isaac got back from spawn using TP, got his defenders back in for the final engagement and reinforced attacking numbers for Fury, it's enough. It's Eckhart for me, though. The one player that was able to go completely unlooked at, uncounted, and just didn't have any pressure against him in those final engagements. He was just flying around on that attacking side, rolling through with a bunch of damage. And for Oz Endgame, they weren't able to shut him down at all. Eckhart was keeping that attack moving forward.
Yeah, that is a good point. A lot of the times when we got to see Ekart's point of view, he was just flying above the side and was able to take down. I think it was 6 a couple of times. 6 on attack, so we're not going to get baited by anything, of course. But covering the Hawkeye, which I think might be a bit better for Hitscan.
Could just be an opening shot and then back to spawn. But aside from that, looking at the defenders first, because that's what we need to focus on. Isaac is another player that obviously was a standout there. Able to get multiple very successful Vagamotos on the back line. I think second to last fight. To be fair, some of these fights kind of meld together into one big jumble sometimes. And in that last fight, essentially, Vagamoto double catch on Nikos and Pacification again, and then hunts them both down. So essentially, Isaac soloing double supports on the side of Oz Endgame, which is huge. And Oz6 has now actually confirmed the Hawkeye and doesn't seem to have gone back to swap yet. So this is a real lock-in.
Yeah, it looks like it is a real lock-in. We do know that 6 loves aiming, is what I got told in the prep phase. So Oz6 trying to do their best to take down and, take down Ekart, essentially.
Which will be hard to do. You're not playing a hit scan here. Okay, well, Isaac is still target. That is going to be a large hitbox as well. So a lot of damage on the tanks. You need that burst coming on through, forcing positioning away. Look how spread Fury are right now. They need a situation where Isaac can get back in. He doesn't have a TP, by the way. Used it already. It'll be Shrews going for the touch. Oh, no, he gets Niang. They still need a touch, though. Who's touching?
Oh, someone is touching. I believe it's a tag. Yeah, Isaac is finally back, I think. And Shrews cleaning up the back line, getting 1, 2, 3 picks, going for a 4th.
Yep. Completely unabated there, as I believe he went in with Invis first. They couldn't really stop him. And now has the Snowflake for extra healing as well to work on that flank, and much more comfortable for Shrews compared to previous matchups where he didn't quite have the Luna support for that Snowflake. That's a Butterfly now available as well. Yeah, saw Oz Endgame put a lot of effort into that attack and did look very capable.
Looks very capable indeed, and here they are with another push coming through. They have the Cloak and Dagger ultimate available, and it's going to be used in return to this dance of the Butterfly. Scrooge getting extremely low, will be able to survive. In the meantime, Netra is going to be used Meteor. I don't think they found anyone with it. Out comes the invisible boundary, trying to keep Evan alive on the side of Asher. More ultimates being used. There's so many ultimates. It's Tinny Falcon is dangerously low, stays alive just barely. Now has Iron Akamoto available. But out comes Legendary from Ekart, but will be the one taken down by Yang instead. Iron Akamoto being used by Valkyrie. I don't know how many people was caught by it, as Atlas also dances to keep Evan alive, but Yang is the one that pops off, getting 1, getting 2, and going for a 3rd.
Might end up going down here, gets saved by the invulnerability, but do the attackers have enough? Oz Endgame should still have better spawns here ever so slightly. They need to get rid of the tanks. With Isaac falling, the cap should come on through. You see the abandonment of the rest of Fury running away, as they know they can't quite fight without Isaac. Niang, Porta Proteus dropped in there finally. It didn't do as much damage as he would have liked to get a little bit more setup there, unfortunately, but just throwing it in there, forcing positioning, forcing players to move away from the center of the whale to not get the one shot was at least important. And well, enough damage that he ended up picking off 2 pieces towards the end there anyway. Now Oz6 player on the long range to try and open things up again. He was the guy that originally gave the team a little bit more.
Shrews just, I think, used the ultimate and got shut down immediately.
That's very sad for Shrews.
Very sad indeed.
Oz6 also used an ultimate, gets shut down immediately. Very sad.
Okay. Out comes Meteor from Netra, going for someone in the backline, was only able to get them to half HP, not able to secure the kill. But they are going to be forced back here as the attackers, Oz Endgame, are being very, very aggressive.
Yeah, but look at the... Yeah, I mean, the attackers have so much positioning right now. We have basically Oz Endgame pushing Paylo around the final corner into the last stretch. Vagamoto coming on through. He only caught 1, and it's enough, actually. Allows Niang to get the follow-through.
Gets the follow-through onto Ekart. Now Atlas going to be returning this with putting on a show, trying to keep everyone alive. The attackers are being forced back. Oz Endgame all the way around the corner. Have to respect the fate of both worlds.
And Mucka could have probably have just thrown the meteor over at Atlas, but concerned that Isaac would block it with a shield available, so has to be a consideration as Shrews also comes on in now. There's no defensive ultimate available, but with enough positioning, Oz Endgame still survived. Ekart, he's going to flank for this. He's going to flank an ult.
He is going to find gets one onto Tini Valkyrie, looking for another. You said has the ultimate available, has been used, but in the meantime, Invisible Boundary is being used by Asher. Meteor finally being used as Nikos also uses their ultimate to keep everyone alive. All the support elements are out. Out comes the Battlefly as well from 6 as another Meteor gets used. Fury Ecart is going to be taken down. Still hasn't used their ultimate though to try and take down more.
It looked like they were winning the fight, to be honest with you. It looked like Fury actually had that fight locked in. Eckhart already got 2 in the neutral. Felt like they didn't really need to throw the extra ultimate, but as the fight ended up going a little bit longer, Oz6 takes Eckhart down with the dance of the butterfly, and Eckhart's thinking, damn, maybe I should have ulted after all.
They do have a TP there, but I'm not sure. Someone was able to use it in the last second.
I think that was a tack TP, if I'm not mistaken there, because...
But there's the ultimate, but Oz6 takes them down. So Ecart not able to use anything in that Eye of Agamotto being used by Isaac as well. But in return, Purification has Fate of Both Worlds available and is going to keep everyone alive as Yang, Mucka, and Six clean up Fury.
Yeah, this is really, really good coming through from Ob6 so far. Doesn't even let Eckhart get away through the defensive now portal. A Fury tried to put in there from Isaac to get the final touch in there. Really nice stuff from Oz6. Shutting down Eckhart was huge. Eckhart was the original player that had the great flank. Didn't end up using the ult, but maybe you could argue didn't need it. Got the 2 neutral picks. Shut down by Oz6. Comes back, uses Legendary. Still didn't get shut down straight away. 6 just completely dominating Eckhart. He now swaps over towards the his own Namor.
Yeah, Namor with the Luna matchup here might be really good to see how they work. Maybe able to get some more damage out.
Problems for Oz6 with the extra ice turret.
Indeed, as Butterfly is being used in the background, but is going to be answered with the Invisible Boundary once again. Shrewd also has their Butterfly available. Nikos has used their support. There are no more support ultimates from the side of the attackers. So here comes the putting a show as well from Atlas to try and keep everyone alive from the defenders, but no support ultimates available now. Wait.
Shrewd's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's a reset. It cost an extra ultimate, but forced him out.
Really well played from Isaac, getting that massive stun on the back line. Looking at the ultimate lineups, they both have about 2 ultimates available for this next fight. 1 minute left on the clock, and only half the distance remaining.
And remember, Fury did finish the map, so pressure on for Oz Endgame now in the final minute to get something done here. They really haven't built up enough, I think, to be able to cleanly win a fight. I probably need to see Tiny Valk do very similar moves to Fury Isaac to be able to catch a backliner, get a lot done on the next Eye of Agamotto. But if it gets blocked up by Isaac, that just might be lights out.
It might be indeed. Eye of Agamotto is now available, as you mentioned, and definitely looking forward for it. Here it is. It's going to be... Oh, I think he got a few. And City Valkyrie confirms Shrewd's being down, but Netra has a massive Meteor in answer. 6 Nikos both down. Now the Meteor coming out from Mucka. Are they able to find anyone? No, it gets blocked. Nobody dies. It gets down as Netra somehow survives. Show is being put on by Atlas to keep everyone alive. Fury are doing the absolute best to defend with only 15 seconds left on the clock. Tini Valkyrie, Purification, they're taken out. It might be it.
There's not really that much time left. You can't afford any late picks right now. If you're Oz Endgame, you have to make sure you get out cleanly, go for one more last reset, get that touch in there, which just happened now. Oz6 to try and get it done, but they're just losing too many. 2 for 2 trades here, Rice. 4v4.
Well, 6 takes down 1, but it's going to be taken down in return by Ecart. There's not many people left. The attackers do have control of the cart, but is that going to be enough as they have only got Tini Valkyrie left? Tini gets taken down. Can anyone touch in time? It is overtime. Their last chance. And this game is not looking good for Oz Endgame. But they do touch just in time. But is this just their dying breaths?
Nothing left to play through. No more defenders. No more attackers, I should say, to come on through the end of that one. And it all comes down to Asher with the single push that we saw that completely ruined Tini Valkyrie. His Eye of Agamotto didn't get any real purchase. He was flying into the back line, only caught a tank in the end there. Unfortunately, maybe a little telegraph there because Asher just had the perfect counterplay. That was unbelievably strong. And I said it, that we needed Tini Valkyrie to get an exceptionally good Eye of Agamotto for the finisher, for I think this attack to get any chance of actually finishing the map. And it was shut down massively by Asher. And after that, run out of gas. No more gas in the tank for Oz Endgame to finish. It was a close one though, I gotta say so far. This seems like our most competitive game so far. One team in Fury finishes the map, but only on overtime with no time remaining left. And then Oz Endgame getting quite close to the finishing line, but just running out of resources and running out of time as well.
I must say, I definitely love this look from, well, Isaac on the Strange. It's just all the stuns in the backline really enables the rest of the team. Netra has also landed quite a few meteors. And also, I just want to say it's really good to see Shrewd as well getting a lot more picks and feeling a lot more stronger on the Psylocke here in this map.
No. Yeah, had a lot of impact for sure. Especially we saw one of the retakes on A, I believe, just came out, trusted his team to go for the touch on the payload and was able to shut down a bunch of players on that flank there, and didn't seem to have as much targeting towards him compared to the previous game that we saw when Fury went up against P-Star. This time around, much different type of matchup. No Revzy Hella on the other side causing problems for them, and mostly I think a mirror matchup here. I think basically, yeah, we almost got an exact mirror matchup outside of the fact that you had Invisible Woman instead of Cloak and Dagger is the only differences on the composition side. Everything else was essentially a complete one-to-one mirror. Really, to me, this is going to sound a little unfortunate for Tinny Valk, but Isaac was the superior Strange play here. Isaac played out of his mind, and Tinny Valk got shut down, which is not what you want to see for Oz Endgame, sadly.
But that was the first game in a best of 5. We have more coming, and we'll be back right after this break.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across
Told you I was the best.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To train. The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Map 1 in this best of 5 goes towards Fury Global, and it was such an amazing fight, an amazing game to watch in general, because it was kind of one of our closer maps we've had today so far, Avril.
The closest one, because both teams almost finished the map, and we had several very long fights. I mean, you can tell the competitiveness between these teams is a lot closer than their previous matches, just given the fact that you have less blowout fights, less blowout maps, don't have situations where a team fully caps out with a reasonable time back and the other team can't cap A at all here. Both teams are able to make it to the end of the map, keep it a little bit competitive. You're seeing very interesting small plays, you know, things like being able to, once again, Asher, just getting that boot back, that pushback onto Tinny Valk to stop him from landing the perfect Eye of Agamotto. Just small details like that, preventing teams from getting what they want done, and it makes all the difference, Rice. And the good news still for Oz Gaming and Oz Endgame is the fact that they lose one map, but it is a BO5. Got a couple more chances to bring it back.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how both of these two teams change things coming into this next map, because as a best of 5, there's more opportunities to play around with the bans and the protects a little bit more, to have a feel for each other. Also, on top of that, Oz Endgame, since they lost the first map, will be able to pick this second map coming in. So with keeping in mind what they saw in the first map and how they versed to Fury, I'm curious to see what map they pick, and hopefully it's something towards their strengths.
Well, Royal Palace, but I don't know if that's really going to do much in terms of the matchup here, because we did have, as we head into map number 2 here, Fury Global Oz Endgame, a lower bracket semi-finals. Loser goes home, winner progresses to Championship Sunday tomorrow. We had a mirror match, Rice, in our previous map there, where really the double shield composition coming through from Fury, much stronger, and largely, I want to say, because of Isaac. Isaac was a huge standout on the front line there, unimpeded. Stat-wise, it's shown there, but it was just a tough game for Tinny Valk in response.
Oz Endgame starting off the ban with Groot. Hela is going to be the first ban from Fury, so they are going to be banning this time around, which is good to see. I like how Isaac and Tinny Valkyrie are both hovering the Strange. I don't see a world where Strange is banned. It is going to be protected here instead.
I think you need to make sure that key heroes for, you know, Oz Endgame, like Tinny Valk, needing to, well, not needing, but really wanting to play the Strange here is available, because otherwise things will get really strange. We saw that being a target ban in their series versus KANGA. Likely, though, maybe even if it was available, KANGA would have still come on through. This time around, for at least the drafting phase, the Hela ban makes a lot of sense from Fury. They've really struggled against Revzy in their previous matchup, so getting rid of the Hela is pretty nice here. Also, if they want to play something like an Iron Man again, they want to make sure Hela's not available. They typically do go for this repeated Punisher Protect. I still don't know if I'm fully convinced that it's something they really want to play that often. But I guess it is. They still want to play it. They actually genuinely want to play. I mean, Shrews did actually bring out the Punisher on, you know, on the Clinton map in their previous series. Wasn't that good compared to the Hela on the other side. But if you ban the Hela, you enable the Punisher. Even without the rocket, maybe Punisher is still usable here. I'd like to see if Shrews decides that's definitely going to be the case.
Yeah, it'd be good to see whether or not it actually gets used. But maybe the Protect... Yeah, it's just better for me. If you're protecting a hero, it's nice to see it get used. Otherwise, then maybe there was something else that they wanted to protect instead. But
as I said as well, it could be very much a bait for the ban. You protect the Punisher, and you're baiting the other team to always go for the ban of the rocket, which potentially wastes the ban on something else they would have rather have banned. So it is a potential bait there. But right now, we're not going to see the Punisher come through just yet. If it does later, we will keep ourselves updated. Currently, though, double shield. Both sides again. No surprises there, I guess.
TP being
TP
used by
open.
Oz Endgame. Yep. Did the other team TP as well? No, they're going to be walking to the point. So Fury, Oz Endgame gets to set up a little bit faster to try and keep things more in their favor.
Yeah, but are they actually going to try and take high ground here and take a fight early in this choke or not? Team Valk is at least pushing up, but they've lost that space completely on the point, but on the ground as well, which means they have no high ground control. Eckhart's going to just rain fire down.
Tinny gets extremely low, but will be able to kill back up, and they're back onto the points. The TP didn't quite change things for them too much. And first pick is going to be Oz6 onto Shrewd. Psylocke on Psylocke. And Oz6 wins that battle out. And now with the 5v6 advantage, Oz Endgame should be able to take this point eventually.
They still need to clean up the rest of the fight, though. They're going to need an ultimate for that. Perhaps Nikos is dropping this one nice and quick would do the trick. They can kind of just tempo support all the way. Holding it for now, waiting to see if there's something better to counter. Isaac's about to hit Eye of Agamotto, so that would be the right time for Nikos to maybe look for a counter. So many low members, though, on Fury.
Going into the back line, they are going to be able to take down Purification. Now out comes the invisible boundary from Nikos as well, Oz Endgame. And, so from Asher instead, Fury is going to be using all of the ultimates, all three ultimates they have built up, try and take advantage. Now Oz6 answers with their own dance to the butterfly. Isaac and Asher are the ones to follow Oz Endgame up in the player counter now, and now up in the ultimates as out comes a Meteor from Netro, and now Tinny Valk uses the Eye of the Agamotto for themselves. But out comes even more ultimates. The point still hasn't flipped over to a single team.
Yeah, I don't even know how much time is going. It feels like we've been here for minutes at this point, but all the ultimates are coming online. All of them have been used. In just the past minute, we've seen all 12 ultimates, and that even includes the fact that, by the way, we started this entire fight. First couple of ultimates coming online. Isaac Eye of Agamotto catches Persification, and Nikos does not try and save Persification with the support ultimates. In fact, waits to use the Eternal Bond after Persification dies, and they fought that one 5v6. If it wasn't for Oz6 really being able to get a lot done on that Psylocke, I think that would have been a tough fight coming through for Oz Endgame, but they end up capping once all is said and done and all 12 ults are gone.
Well, your all 12 ults are gone, so every single player now has to rebuild their ultimates up for another ultimate battle. But Asher is getting quite close, already sitting at 80%.
Nikos up there as well as the previous person that had that first ultimate in. The slower this goes, the better for Oz Endgame. Just warring to get as much percentage as possible before any further engagement comes on in. A couple more low members onto Fury. They need to find an opening here, waiting once more for Isaac to get that Eye of Agamotto.
Well, Nikos and Asher both have their both have their ultimates available. Isaac now has Eye of Agamotto. Isaac likes to use it quite quickly. Are they going to go in straight away for it? Looking for, I think, something at the moment, but the invisible boundary is the first one to be used by Asher, and now Nikos also using their Eternal Bond as well to try and keep everyone up. Ultimates are available. Here comes Ecut's Neymar ultimate as well as the Eye of Agamotto from Isaac. Isaac is the one that gets to pick onto Nikos once support down Purification answers with their Fate of Both Wells. Butterfly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping!
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Valk who goes down. But the Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus. And with that, I mean, somehow we still have Shrews just surviving against it all. I mean, so many back and forth trades. It's another 12 ultimate fight.
Oh,
you really would have thought that Oz Endgame would have been able to get that one back with Niang, but everyone just goes down as Shrews the last one alive, and he swings it back over towards Fury's side.
Definitely feels like the dance of the Psylocks in these two games with 6 and Shrewds doing their best to keep the game interesting and competitive, but as we mentioned, there were no ultimates on the board yet. Isaac might be able to get theirs very quickly. It really feels like the Eye of Agamotto has really opened the fight from Isaac.
I mean, we haven't really seen a single neutral trade here. Not a single neutral pick. It's all been coming down to ultimates. It's 12 ultimates into a fight, into another 12 ultimates on the side, and finally, as I say that, Netra is going to break that curse. The first neutral pick before ultimates are in play.
Being forced to use the Eternal Bond, Nikos tries to keep everyone alive, but in return, the invisible boundary is being used as well. But look at that! 6 ultimates available for all the teams! Everything is being used. Eye of Agamotto goes first as Ika gets taken down. out comes the show from Atlas as well. Neymar over being used, everything. 50%, 60% on the point of being used. Oh, it keeps going. It's more and more fights. And out comes the Butterfly going for personification. Fury winning this fight, but now here comes Six with their dance of the Butterfly.
Asher just will not let Tiny Valk ult ever in this game. It's just really unfortunate with Tiny Valk at this stage, but this is going to give Fury the advantage here. Can they actually clean up? Mucka still has Meteor available. Can get blocked by the shield. Isaac is the problem right now. He's the guy that is stopping these ultimates from finding any value. And guess what? The percentage on the cap is equalized. 86 both sides. Really dire situation for Oz Endgame.
You're right, it is very dire as Mucka gets
taken
taken out. Once again by Isaac, who's doing absolutely phenomenally. Now another Nyang gets the pick though onto Ecod, but not sure if that's enough with 98%. They are touching. Overtime has been triggered. Nico's being the first one to use their eternal bond, and Fury, though, don't care about that eternal bond. They are still cleaning up. It's going to be another point, and another knockout's going crazy as Shrews has Dance of the Butterfly, is using it on the point. Going to be able to take down Nikos with that, as well as Tiny Valkyrie. Fury are looking to win this map here, this round here.
Really, it does come down to the Psylocks available, and Oz6 goes down. Shrews was still alive. Shrews ends up dropping in that final ultimate Dance of the Butterfly to secure the point, and it was a comeback required as well. Remember, it was 86-0 in favor of Oz Endgame, and you had to see not a full comeback, but at least a 0-86 comeback, and then to finish up with the final fight in there. Netra swapping over to the Hulk in the middle of that map as well, the middle of that round, changing the pace up. They've moved away from double shield, have a little bit more diving power, a little bit more power on that back line. And guess what? After Netra comes back as Hulk, he's able to find the first neutral pickoff, the one we've been waiting for, and that really puts massive pressure back over towards Oz Endgame. And unfortunately, it has to be said again, but Asher continually denying Tiny Valk from getting any Eye of Agamotto's.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, the mechanical skill coming up from Asher to try and, well, I wouldn't just say this mechanical skill, the awareness as well, to be able to understand when Tiny Valkyrie is going in for the Eye of Agamotto. On top of that, we see Shrews do so much damage and get a lot of eliminations on the Psylocke, so performing really well. Six has had some standout picks, but really enjoying this Shrews Psylocke indeed.
Well, the Shrews 6 battle, I think, has been one of the key ones, aside from just looking at where our Vanguards have been, particularly on the Doctor Strange side. Really, the team that has their Psylocke still alive as the fight dwindles down and numbers become low and ultimates are gone. That's been where the deciders have been.
Lots of ultimates available for this first fight. And yep, Six is wanting. It has been answered by Atlas's Fate of Both Worlds, but despite the support ultimate, Asher gets taken down, which does mean it's going to be a 4v5 for the stun. Coming out from Isaac is always a game changer.
Yeah, this is the thing. Isaac is able to just get in there. This time a triple Eye of Agamotto, double backline court as well, I believe. The difference maker here is the fact that Asher has the capability to push away Tiny Valk, but it just is not that invisible woman on the side of Oz Endgame. That's not me saying that they need the invisible woman, but times now, Eye of Agamotto trades have been the game changer. Isaac getting a perfect one, Tiny Valk can't land one.
Well, Nikos here has switched over to the Invisible Woman, so it could be seeing something coming out there for the next Isaac. Eye of Agamotto already at 50%. But Young gets taken down in the neutral by Netra. Out comes Fate of Both Worlds from Personification to try and keep up the rest of the team despite the 5v6. But the Hulk, Netra, is going to go Monster Hulk, trying to take down anyone. Gets dangerous, so we'll be able to get out safely. Now out comes Eye of Agamotto from Tiny Valkyrie, but doesn't find anyone. No hits at all. Yang and Nikos both have their ultimates available, but they're losing a lot of plays. But Shriek is the one that goes down, though. Yeah, and now Oz Endgame are pushing forwards.
Maybe a little too deep there. Does get punished. Allows the 6v5 to come on through. This is a very, very situation where they just don't have any cap percentage at all. So this fight needs to end quickly. Otherwise, you're going to see 99 coming on through from Fury. A 4-man catch. Eye of Agamotto. Another massive stun. 4 players on Oz Endgame stunned up.
It's massive indeed. So many overs now being used as Shrews tries to clean up. Out comes the dance of the butterflies from Shrews. Not quite able to catch anyone, but damage has been done as Nikos also gets taken out. And it's just Fury are so much in control of this round currently.
And it's likely going to be a 2-0 here because guess what? There is still an ultimate online for Atlas defensively, but nothing offensively or defensively to use at all for Oz. Endgame here, they just have to walk up, pray that they can find a neutral somewhere. But even if players start to get low, you have Atlas's fate of both walls to save everybody. And that just might be the only ult you need.
Can anyone touch? They do manage to touch just in time. Overtime has been triggered.
But they lose
but
the
the only one
point
to
for it.
touch was Crucifixion. Yes, they lose one of their strategists. Now, Team Valkyrie does manage to touch, but it's not going to be enough. Fury win both rounds.
2-0 in the map, 2-0 in the series as well. We are not getting much closer, unfortunately. The closest performance, the closest map was our opening one. This Royal Palace here really wasn't that competitive, especially on that second round. The first round, you could say, definitely, okay, I'll give credit there, more competitive in the sense that you had the original, what was it, 86-0. That is quite a good start for Oz Endgame.
Yeah.
But once Fury managed to flip it around, they went from 0 to 100 and did not allow Oz Endgame a position to be able to flip the map again. Then you look over towards that second round, 100-0. Barely got that second touch in at the end. Completely outplayed in the ultimate trades, ultimate value. When you look at the stats here as well, it's a pretty reasonable differential, at least in the elimination side. You're seeing the 11 final blows for Trudes as well. And as noted, a decent amount of this also does come down to where those two Psylocks sit. When the fights start to fade away and players start to go down, well, Trudes had a very important clutch moment on that first round. Likely where that 4K came from. He's at that 4K medal. So Trudes is, alongside the rest of the team, really putting out the work here.
Definitely, indeed. It's really exciting to see these Psylocks battle it out, and I love watching the Dance with Butterfly, seeing if anyone is able to get a pick, and the Shreed has been a bit more consistent on the Psylocke. This is a best of 5 though, so we aren't finished yet with this series. We do have one more to go, but Oz Endgame looking like they're technically only one map away from being sent home.
And unfortunately, it might be the end of the game here because it's getting really difficult to see a real win condition here for them. And even as far as the drafts go, look, they can ban out some of the good heroes on the other side, but if they ban out Isaac Strange, they lose their own Strange. If they ban out Trude Psylocke, they lose their own Psylocke. These are important heroes for them as well. It's a tough situation because the teams are essentially playing the same comps, the same styles, the same archetypes, and anything you ban against the other team negatively affects your team as well. It's tough.
It is very tough. And I just want to see, I think though, I want to see, personally, I think if we have 6 maybe on, like Hell has been banned, but any sort of hit scan, I think they might be a bit more comfortable. I don't think they're very comfortable on the Psylocke.
I'll have to wait and see what happens here, Rice, because we are going to take another short little break, but the final potential map starts right after this break, or maybe a comeback. We'll see you right after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning bright.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
We are back with the Marvel Rivals Invitational Oceania and potentially our last map of the day.
It's been a rough struggle for Oz Endgame at the moment. They would need a reverse sweep in this best of 5 to make a comeback, and it has to happen right now. Otherwise, they go out of this tournament, this invitational 0-3 and, well, 0-5 all up for the entire day, considering they played 2 matches here. They lost the first one versus KANGA, 0-2. Didn't look, really look that impressive, if I'm completely honest. And this time around, at least versus Fury, they have shown a lot more promise, but not enough to actually win a map yet, right? They still need a little bit more to actually win.
Yeah, the first map, we thought maybe this could be a very competitive map with them being able to get the cards to the nearly to the end point. But the second map we just had, the first one was good, 0 to 86%. But then the second round, it was a 0 to 100, unfortunately. So I personally would like to see something different coming into this potentially last map, because I'm sure Oz Endgame are going to be very desperate.
It's one of those situations where because you're in a mirror match, there's not a lot more that you can swap, and unless you're willing to swap your entire composition a little bit and try a different style, maybe try a dive style, or maybe there are slightly different individual picks you can go through that can change things up if one player is particularly good on a hero. But at this point, I think we've seen really the best. We've seen that Niang has mostly just locked in Namor the entire way through the whole day. Six has run through a few different type of heroes, but I think the Psylocke has been the best look so far. So I don't know that you would want to see Six move over to any of the other heroes. I think we talked about the fact that maybe Hela could be a good choice. Hela was a bit of a problem when Revzy went up against Fury a little bit earlier today, just in our previous match actually, and that caused a lot of problems for Shroods. And actually Hela has been banned in our previous map. Will that end up coming through again? Could Six maybe look towards a hero like Hela to change things up? Because right now in the mirror matchup, it's not looking good.
We are now entering the potential. I keep saying potential, but it is technically the last potential game
technically
here.
A potential last game.
It
so
is.
Not wrong.
And Hela is going to be the first one
gone.
banned. It's gone instantly. Can't even protect it. So yeah, Oz Endgame are not able to play the Hela to try and turn things around.
I think that probably would have been the best choice to be able to swap things up and just change the pace a little bit. Give Six another option to try and shut down particular players. Just shown by the fact that, you know, Platinum Star utilized the Hela so well. I don't think this is the type of team in Oz Endgame to move towards a Wolverine type composition. That would be really strong for them. I do respect the Hulk ban coming through, because when Netra made the swap over to Hulk, it did change the pace of the game. That was actually quite impactful for Fury. So getting rid of the Hulk here also removes the team up for Isaac, which was really strong for Isaac, which you don't really go up against that. Netra's not even in the lobby though. So, oh no, he is actually in the lobby. So they have okay, so never mind. Netra is in the lobby, so Netra's Hulk has been taken out. That's reasonable. And once again, the Punisher Protect is there, trying to bait out the Rocket Band. Do Oz Endgame want to go for that Rocket Band one more time? They say yes. Let's not risk it. Let's not, you know, let's not give that option over to the other team.
Yeah, so we haven't really seen Punisher being played, but Shroods has played it before in today, basically. So if they do let the rocket through, there is a chance, maybe. And I guess they're not willing to take the chance.
No, I think Shroods has just been much better on Psylocke, and Psylocke just generally has the opportunity to get a lot more work done on the back line. They don't need more poke on the front. What they're doing is winning. When you're on the winning team, when you are Fury right now, and your mirror has looked that much better, change absolutely nothing. You are winning, you are working. It's the other team that has to do the catch up, that has to make the change happen. And I have to say, sadly, Rice, that based on the way the draft went and the bans went, nothing really has changed. What they really needed, they being Oz Endgame, is the Hela to be available. The Hela was instantly banned out. Fantastic ban coming up through from Fury. You know, we talked about the fact that on Yggdrasil Path, maybe the drafting was a little bit troll, but here now it's no more fun in games. Really, really strong drafting coming through from Fury to deny any potential for Oz Endgame to change anything. And because of that, we're in a flat-out mirror again. And I gotta say, what has really changed for Oz Endgame? Because if we're just playing a mirror again, and we are, Rice, I think we're gonna get the same result.
We probably would get the same results. Shroods has been performing a little bit better on the Psylocke, and Isaac has definitely been performing better. Wait, though, we do see a switch between the Strange and the Magneto. Mucka and Tini Valkyrie are switching things up a little bit, so we might get a different result, maybe.
Yeah, just maybe change up the play a little bit. Could be that Tini Valk is just struggling too much in this front lining with the Doctor Strange, so maybe just a single, not even hero swap, just a player swap in terms of who plays what, but playing the same heroes anyway, could be enough, even psychologically, to give them an edge. But as we saw on Royal Palace here, Rice, we didn't really get any neutral picks. Waiting for 12 ults, and then something happens after 12 ults is there.
Yeah, they did use all 12 ults all at the same time, so it's kind of looking like it's going to be very similar with nobody falling just yet. I mean, Mucka getting a little bit low, but surely won't be picked. Okay, I use my words. That's also a massive pick, taking the Strange out. I mean, Oz Endgame do have some ultimates, maybe just if they want to keep contesting, but they may just have to give up the point here.
Yeah, this is really tough now. I mean, Personification has ult available, Nikos as well, but they're defensive ultimates. You don't have players alive. In fact, players slowly staggering themselves out. making the respawn or regrouping as a team just a little bit longer, then you can't afford that because Oz Endgame are already on the back foot. They don't want to be the team that has to play catch up now before any ultimates have been spent. Already the Capcom zone in, and now we are going to get that 12 ultimate fight. And thing to note as well, because it might as well be said, it isn't a perfect mirror because there is, in fact, a Loki on Persification. We'll see if that ends up being a factor or not.
Well, Loki, Persification, I think, is most comfortable on Loki, seeing their past history. So this could be a good thing for them. But out comes first ultimate, the Dance of the Butterflies coming up on 6. And Ecart goes, but so is Tinny Balfi and Yang. Oz Endgame are falling one by one.
And they don't even get a chance to use the ultimates. I mean, that's a really sad part. It's well played by Shrews, because if you looked at his POV, what they ended up doing was forcing the vulnerability out of Niang, forcing the orb out. And once that was gone, Shrews felt 100% confidence to make that dive on happen. Going in for the solo. Niang goes down, no chance to use the ult. Oz6 does trade for aircut, but you know what? Oz6 had to ult for that. Shrews held on to Dance the Butterfly. That's a monstrously huge lead in terms of just the resources being traded back and forth. Not to mention the fact that they're over 60% now in the cap as well.
Yeah, that is true. They are well above halfway. And out comes Nikos here with the Eternal Bond to try and make some space on the point. Out comes also, I believe, Meteor. Doesn't find anyone from the side of Fury, but is going to hopefully make some space for themselves. Loki copies to try and keep the rest of the team up as Nikos' ultimate does fade away. Out comes now the barrier to try and do as much as they can. The heals are crazy. Slowly but surely they're going through all the ultimates, but Yang, without any ultimate, does take down 2. Our 6 cleans up E-Card as well. Oz Endgame might be able to win this game with 98% on the point.
That's exactly what Oz Endgame needed here. Somebody to step up and find those frags when nothing else was happening. Yang comes back from spawn. Long range damage this time, not under pressure. Shrewd probably should have been able to find Yang a little bit sooner than that, but must have been caught up elsewhere in the battlefield. Still holding on to the Dance of the Butterfly, and realistically, it does come down to the divers, the DPSs like Shrews, on a flanker like Psylocke to be able to take down a long range hero like Niang's Namor, and there it is. It's exactly what Shrews needs to do.
And did it indeed as Shrews goes in now. Dances the Butterflies to get some more. Iva going to stun 3 from the side of Oz Endgame, which is massive. They finally able to land a massive Iva Gomoto. Is this going to be enough?
They get the eye, but they still lose.
Well, out comes Isaac Iva Gomoto, and this is going to clean up the fight completely for them. Round 1 going in the way of Fury.
And I don't think Niang got the ult one time as well. That's the, if I'm not mistaken, that's the same Horn of Proteus that he got right at the beginning. The good news is he will hold on to it for our second round. The bad news is you would just like to see more ult value being traded, more ults being back and forth used to try and get some sort of value. It is definitely difficult to Niang's defense a little bit. Hard to get that whale to land for really strong damage, but you don't have a combo piece like the group to set it up. You just can't get enough damage in if laser damage on the outside ring and not the inside ring. So arguably not the most important ultimate, but at least as much as a meme to say something zoning that you can use. Oz6 though has Dance to the Butterfly early. Would love to see a situation where Oz Endgame get very, very, very aggressive right in the opening and get that backline ultimate in play.
The other concern, though, I'm sure Oz Endgame have, is they've been counting the ultimates, is that Atlas does have Fate of Both Worlds available for the start of this. So Oz6's Dance to the Butterfly could be answered by that. But this is the last round. Potentially, one round separates them from being sent home.
Yeah, well, we didn't see enough on the previous round. The Loki didn't really add enough value. Persification now onto the Lunar. At least that's going to give a team up availability for Niang. It'll help him stay alive, giving him the Ice Turret versus Shrews. Very important because Shrews has been on Niang a lot. As the Butterfly is used, instantly responded to.
Instantly responded to, as well as Niang's Well being used as well. Nothing being found. But wait, one being found. Asher is the one that falls. But Fate of Both Worlds is being used to keep the rest of the team alive and up and well. But now they are heading towards the point and doing a lot more damage as Mucka and 6 get 2. This is what they need. Oz Endgame do not want this to be their end.
Well, you saw a lot of pressure being put onto Ice in the front lines. He was trying to just tank the entirety of the team from Oz Endgame coming down from the high ground, and eventually something has to give. Losing Asher means you're lacking a support, lacking additional healing. With only solo healing coming through from Alice, it's just not enough to keep Isaac up, and suddenly that is the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Well, a lot of ultimates available for Oz Endgame for them to keep control of this point. Speaking of, there's 2 support ults as well. 2 ultimates that will keep the team alive and thriving in this next fight. On the other hand, only Asher will have the invisible boundary available.
It's a decent off-angle. Isaac found a mucker surrounded by multiple players. Metro now has the opportunity to get a little bit more work done, but Fury, I am afraid, look like they're already going to win this fight. Oz Endgame have so many ults, but just they need to use something. Triple stun, by the way.
Triple stun, indeed, and I think Oz Endgame are going to opt to just hold on to the ultimates to use in the next fight.
Who's just using Aya Bagamoto here? No, there's
that was Isaac. Isaac and Ecart both used the whale and Aya Bagamoto there at the end of the fight.
Interesting. They actually won that fight, so that would have been a little bit disappointing. At the end of the day, though, it did actually still win. They would just like to have a little bit more. It's a little bit worse considering the fact that they have 5 ults on the side of Oz Endgame, and this is Oz Endgame's time to get the round win.
Both Luna and Psylocke ults used for both teams. Nothing fell from either team as the support ultimates are keeping everyone alive. Aya Bagamoto is being used by Mucker. Doesn't find anyone. No one gets a hit at all. But in the meantime, the point is just ticking up as Nyang gets taken out. Fury are winning this fight with 3 now down from Oz Endgame.
Yeah, they don't even really need to have any ults. Just have the singular fate of both walls to keep them alive. And now they've equalized percentage points 48 to 48 on the cap itself. What little advantage the Oz Endgame had is just falling away. And this is the type of situation now where even with the additional wasted ultimates of Eckhart and Isaac on the end of 2 fights ago now, it didn't end up mattering because they're just that much further ahead in terms of their ability to outplay Oz Endgame. You need to see a lot more to Oz Endgame because you can't be losing fights when you're like 3 to 4 ults ahead of the enemy team.
Well, they do have 3 ultimates on their hands, while the enemy team also has maybe 4 ultimates. Aya Bagamoto being used instantly as soon as it gets triggered. It does take down 6, but is this going to be enough as, well, instead, Tinny Valkyrie does massive work on Netro, Ecard, and Isaac.
Have to flip very quickly. Can't afford to allow this cap to go any further. Ash is going to try and keep this one alive. I don't know how Tinny Valk actually went down there. Possibly went off the map. Unluckily, Fury is just really throwing everything in the kitchen sink of the wall right now. Even a TP on the point. They don't want to let this one go. They don't want to lose the fight. This might be the end right here. I think it is.
It could be the end as Fury are able to keep control of the point using Meteor to secure the final pick.
Not much left to play through here, Rice. Only a few players alive, and they can't even touch the point. A clean 3-0 in the lower bracket. Not a single round being dropped there by Fury. Whether it's Burner T'Challa, Royal Palace, 2-0, 2-0, and a clean sweep. Unbelievable domination when it comes to the deeper we get in the series, the less close it got. We saw a little bit more life at the beginning of that final round for this final match, Rice, but just still not anywhere near enough, even in losing fights, even in losing situations, even after wasting ults on the Fury side, they still end up pulling through and clutching when it matters most, and we just didn't see any of that, unfortunately, coming through from Oz Endgame at all.
Shrewd's getting the MVP by the game stats, doing a lot of damage on the Psylocke, performing quite well, but Isaac with the Aya Bagamoto is absolutely dominating on the Strange. I think this team of Fury has performed extremely well today.
Well, you were able to see Isaac just being able to get these solo frags and solo openings, even onto players like Nyang, who should be in the backline. Nyang shouldn't really be able to die to Isaac. He's having to fend himself off against Shrewds or Psylocke the entire game, but when Isaac's even able to walk forward and get that done, you know, it's troublesome for the side of Oz Endgame. We kind of went into this tournament, you, I, and also Hayes at the beginning of the broadcast, talking about the various strengths of the teams, the predictions, our expectations for the teams in the tournament in general, and who's going to be the strongest. And unfortunately, on the weaker end as well, we all did kind of see that Oz Endgame, unfortunately, did look like one of the weaker teams. And sadly, we end up seeing them going home without a single map won. This is 2-0 in the upper bracket, 3-0 in the lower bracket, and Oz Endgame were on the 0 side of that equation both times.
Yeah, they were, but they did have some standout moments, but I'm sure this is not the result that they are interested in. It would be good to see them come back, though, for maybe Marvel Rivals tournaments later and see how things change for them as a team or individually.
And maybe still some potential there, but right now in this tournament, number 4 is where they'll be finishing. Still a hefty prize pool allocation for even the 4th place, though, so they'll be at least happy with the fact that they'll be able to walk away with something in hand, despite not being able to do as much as they wanted to do in the actual server itself. But massive congratulations to Fury, who didn't hold back here at all. Were able to, you know, play a little bit fast and lose sometimes, and didn't have to really perhaps show their entire hand. That could be argued ended up being able to pull through 3-0, and that includes a back-to-back 2-0s on the rounds itself for our final 2 maps. I think that opening map that we saw was still the closest one, right? So Yggdrasil Path was reasonable. The other 2 rounds, not quite so much.
Well, we will be able to speak to one of the winning players from the team of Fury. We have Shroods here on standby. So let's say hi to Shroods.
Hello, everyone. How are we?
Big dog?
Hello.
Good to see you again, man. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too, everyone. Rice. Well,
congrats on the win, dude. That was clean. 3-0. You guys kind of knocked them out there a little bit. They gave you maybe a little bit of trouble on some particular points. I mean, I think that first map, Yggdrasil Path, got a little bit tight, but beyond that, it seemed pretty dominant from you guys.
Yeah, they did give us a bit of trouble at the start. I just think there was a lot of nerves coming in from the previous game where we had just quite a couple of issues and a lot of shakiness going on, especially just with, you know, not being super locked in, things like that. But the boys managed to really pick it up, and we came together and really showed what we can do. And yes, may have entered a couple times there trying to force things, so learnt my lesson.
Yeah. So speaking of that, you came from a loss. It was a bit of a devastating loss, if just not wanting to mince my words too much. A 0-2 loss, and coming into this series here, you guys were shaky at the beginning. But then you did turn things around, and I guess got your mental fortitude under wraps. What in particular do you guys think you did to try and bring things back together?
Yeah, so I think it was just more about calming things down and just really circling back to trying to play things that we actually play. It's always sometimes a thing in tournaments where you'll just kind of throw things out there and see what sticks in the moment when, you know, we've practiced things before and we're not doing it, and when it really needed to buckle down and lock in. So really good showing from everyone involved. We did swap one of our tanks and put Ashen out for Netra just on the Hulk. And that, I think, did contribute to us being able to really make a really strong push and create a bit more space. But props to all the boys for really doing their best, just managing to pull everything back together and doing a really, really good job.
Yeah, it looked much more comfortable for you guys in that lower bracket game, you know, despite it being a BO5 instead of a BO3, but in that BO3 as well, because you might end up having to face Platinum Stars again, maybe, or KANGA, who you guys have had a lot of experience scrimming against. But what do you think about that opening BO3, where you guys have obviously done a lot of prep against that team? You kind of know the strengths of Platinum Star. You very heavily target banned out Adam. He ended up swapping over to support and played a. You guys played a very interesting game where, like, basically, like, 3 Vanguard tanks were banned out. So it's like a super wacky game. How did that series go down in your mind? Because the prep came in good, you made the right bans, but just couldn't quite get a win versus Platinum Star on either of those 2 maps.
Yeah, no, as you said, yeah, just banning out the Adams bag. But yeah, no, there's. I honestly think I'm going to chalk it up to just a bit of nerves and things like that, and also shout outs to ECART. We do have someone on our team who is probably one of the youngest. I guess he could technically be the youngest pro Marvel Rival player currently. He's 16. Right? Yeah, so props to him. I could tell I just had to keep reminding him to breathe. It's all right. It's big nerves. You know, a lot of us have played in tournament situations before, and just reminding him, and he was able to really shine as well alongside me on the next map, and I needed a reminder too. So shout outs to Verta, our coach, as well, for reeling my head in.
So I kind of want to also talk about the first series where things weren't looking good for you in particular, and then now picking the Psylocke. Do you feel more comfortable on the Psylocke? What was because you looked amazing on the Psylocke in this series compared to
Yeah. Well, look, there's a hero that I want to play, but I'm pretty sure everyone is knows which hero that is. I'm not going to say it, but yeah, there's keeps happening a band that they don't want me to maybe play Punisher. Maybe there's a reason for that. Yeah. But honestly, I'm super excited for tomorrow and what the day is going to bring, and we've really got to bring our A game, because in situations like this, one small slip up could be the difference between winning and losing.
Real quick before we let you go and let you celebrate with the team, final question from me. What happened in that first map for this lower bracket? Did you guys like skip the ban? Was that on purpose, or did you guys just run out of time, or what?
Okay, so I'm gonna be real. Shout out to Atlas. He didn't realize that he was first in the slot. So if you're first in the slot in the custom, it won't let you ban. So we politely asked. So really, honestly, great integrity from our opponents to honor the ban. We said Hella, and they acknowledged it, and we also acknowledged it. But the second, if they were gonna put 6 on Hella, we were gonna play 2.
Well, good to see the sportsmanship. Love to see that.
Yeah. It's really awesome, and this is really awesome for OCE as a whole. So thank you to NetEase and everyone showing up and supporting Marvel Rivals here in Australia as well.
Well, thank you, Shroods. Congratulations and good luck with tomorrow. Thank you so much for your insights.
No worries. Thank you.
What an amazing day we've had so far, Avril. We got to see so many games played. Unfortunately, a lot of them were a bit of a stomp, but I think it's amazing to see the Oceanic community come together and play some really good esports.
Yeah, I think I got to mirror what True said there is, well, where it's just a good day for OCE. It's a fantastic tournament, and we are getting into the business end of the tournament now. One more day left. Sunday still to come on through. And despite, I think, the opening day being a little bit one-sided, I am still hopeful and looking forward to the fact that KANGA versus Platinum Star tomorrow in that upper bracket could be a really good one. I'm hoping it's going to be a really good one, because both those teams are the heavy favorites. They both have, you would say on paper, the best players, and also, at least for the KANGA side, the best prep. But maybe Platinum Star don't need it, because they seem to be hanging out anyway and still winning the race. So praying for closer games tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at some of the highlights from today. There have been some amazing fights, and let's have a closer look at them.
Yeah, we basically had a 2-0, 2-0 into 3-0 day, but at the same time, I mean, we had great moments in terms of all the huge plays being highlighted, some very small niche plays in there as well. Really got to capture the drafting, where how impactful some of these bans were, particularly in the Platinum Star game, where banning out Adam and turning this into like a really strange, weird kind of matchup where, both teams just lack the capability to play 3 of the most popular tanks, 3 of the most popular vanguards available. And so looking back on some of the best moments from today, it's been definitely one-sided, but at the same time didn't lack the exciting performance of really high performers out there. Ball playing, just so impactful at exactly the right time.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing seeing all of these amazing plays coming through. As you mentioned, the Asher being able to push away the Tinny Valkyrie Yes, Aya Bogomoto was absolutely amazing. And I mean, the Winter Soldier Ultimate was beautiful as well. It's been a really big day today, and I'm just impressed by all the players in Oceania today.
Yeah, they really came out for it. They put in a lot of work here as well. Even, the teams that have put in an incredible amount of work, just an unbelievable amount of scrims. The teams that put in a little bit less, but are still able to put on an extremely strong performance despite it, and the creativity as well to really come through in interesting, weird situations where you would not normally see certain bans come through that really affects both teams in such a unique way that they have to be creative and they have to come up with a solution on the spot. Shows how smart these teams are and what they can pull through when things don't go the way they want it to go. And even for teams like Fury, where they have to come back from a pretty brutal loss, but mentally they have to recover strongly for their final match, and they did just that.
Yeah, even having such young players as well, they were able to bring it back together, and that's really good to see. I kind of want to see then how ECART goes further as they continue on with I guess their esports journey. Seeing how young they are, I'm sure they've got a very good career coming forward for them.
Yeah, I would like to see these teams move forward into Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 as well, which is also around the corner, coming soon. I'm sure these players will continue their way through, whether it's more OCE events or Asia overall, which is, I'm sure that Hayes in particular on KANGA would like to get some revenge on some of the Asian teams, the top Korean teams that ended up cleaning out that event. So a lot of work ahead, but a lot of excitement ahead, and we'll see, starting from tomorrow, where our best teams and best players sit, because we get to really answer the question of who are the best players and who is actually the best team, and can that team be internationally strong starting in Asia than maybe somewhere else beyond.
We had a lot of 2-0s and 3-0s today, but we'll have to see how they go tomorrow. With the upper brackets is first, which will be only a best of 3, and then we'll go back down into the lower bracket, which will be a best of 5 to get rid of one more team will be eliminated, and then they'll go to the finals, which will be a best of 7, Avril.
Yeah, and that's it's going to be a lengthy series where you have to be very good at sort of adapting mid-series, being able to understand what's not working, adjusting your draft, and that's where, maybe a couple of coaches coming in are going to be able to make that influence happen. But to reiterate and kind of just give a bit of a catch-up for the viewers for how we went through the day, open things up, KANGA versus Oz Endgame 2-0 there. Comfortable win from KANGA Esports. Didn't really break a sweat, and a similar performance from Platinum Star 2-0 versus Fury Global there as well. And Rice, finally, we had that lower bracket BO5.
Yeah, lower bracket where we did say goodbye to Oz Endgame, finishing in 4th place for this tournament. Fury Global will continue on in the lower bracket. They will verse the loser of the team tomorrow between KANGA Esports and Platinum Star. I'm sure either way, both teams, I'm sure they're both super excited for, considering they verse a lot, they versed Fury a lot in they versed KANGA a lot in the scrims preparing, and they just came back from a Platinum Star loss, so whether or not they want the revenge, or maybe, I guess, a brotherhood sort of matchup.
And just for clarity's sake here as well, it is going to be an interesting journey for whoever loses the upper bracket game, because they will have to play through 3 back-to-back matches. The loser of KANGA Esports and Platinum Star have to immediately then play in the lower bracket versus Fury Global, who, if they then beat Fury Global, will then have to immediately then go into the grand finals and play a BO7. So 3 back-to-back matches, including a rematch potentially in that grand final. So a bit of a gauntlet run for a potential team in that upper semi-final if they were to make that run back into the grand finals again. I'm sure they would like to get that revenge, but Fury, I'm sure, will be doing a lot of prep tonight for either of those two teams, because, well, Platinum Star definitely showed them that it's not just about prep, and Platinum Star was able to pull through some very interesting responses to what Fury was bringing on the table. So Fury have a lot of work to do to come back. But if you want to do something really cool yourselves, guess what? Rice!
Ooh,
wedding anniversary bundle.
Yeah, the wedding anniversary bundle is out on Marvel Rivals. If you missed out on getting it with the streamer exciting collaboration that they had the last week or so, make sure you guys check it out in store. It appears to be even on discount at the moment, so you want to get it now if you do want it. And have a little bit of a date, a Valentine's date this weekend with your Valentines or duo. If you also mix up, have a matching icons. I saw somewhere on social media, maybe there might be a little bit of an Easter egg, but you guys will have to check that out for me because I'm not entirely sure on that one.
It's not a late Valentine's. You'll just be extremely early for next year. You're just 360 something days early for next year's Valentine's. So just celebrate it twice if you like that. But yeah, if you end up missing out on the streamer event where you could potentially have gotten the drop from a streamer, this is now your opportunity to get it in store. So you'll have the chance to bag yourself up a nice little Valentine's couple of skins there. But what a day, Rice. Fantastic few games.
Been an absolute amazing day. Saw some amazing plays, and it's been wonderful, everyone.
It has, and a pleasure to work with you and a pleasure to be on the broadcast here for the first ever Marvel Rivals Invitational, for the first region for the first Marvel Rivals Invitational here as well.
It's been an absolute pleasure. Make sure you guys come back for tomorrow where we see more games, see some more bangers. Thank you so much, Eva, for casting, and thank you guys all for watching.